Welcome to today's episode of the podcast. I'm thrilled to introduce our guest, Matt Drago. Matt, first and foremost, how do you pronounce your last name?
Drago. I'm the Italian version, but Rocky 4 is probably how most people know my last name. That's Drago. That's the Russian pronunciation, but I'm Drago.
Oh, it's Drago. Okay, let me continue. Matt Drago, an actor whose journey in the world of storytelling is as inspiring as it is insightful. Matt grew up in Virginia, discovered his passion for acting early, and followed it to New York City for college before making the leap to Los Angeles. He's carved out a diverse and dynamic career in film, television, and audio drama. You might recognize Matt from his role as Fabian in Somewhere in Montana, a film where he stars opposite Graham McTavish and Michelle Hurd. Now, he brings to life the complex role of a West Coast director in conflict with a Montana rancher. Montana is beautiful, by the way. So today he'll share behind the scenes stories from the set, what it was like working with his talented co stars, and the unique challenges of playing this character. Now, beyond Somewhere in Montana, Matt has worked on projects like Disney's viral video Counting Scars, What Would Jesus Do? The Journey Continues, and Ridley Scott's Prophets of Science Fiction. He also lends his voice to the audio drama podcast No Other Way and runs his own production company, which is currently developing its first feature film. Matt's journey is a testament to the importance of perseverance and passion in building your dream and as an actor. Now, from navigating the actor director relationship to preparing for roles, he's learned a lot along the way. He's a proud member of the SAG AFTRA, which is the Screen Actors Guild, American Federation of Television and Radio Artists and Actors Equity. He'll get into more of that later on. We'll explore his theater background, the education that shaped his craft, and the personal stories that define his career. So let's dive into a conversation with Matt and hear more about the artistry. Acting is an art. Not most of us have it. And let's hear also the process and the lessons from his journey. Matt, welcome to the show.
Chris, thank you so much for having me. This is going to be a blast.
So first off, on the first question, what actually inspired you to pursue acting, and how did growing up in Virginia actually shaped your journey?
Yeah, it's a great question. I feel like I had it in me from the moment I arrived on this planet. I just loved telling great stories, and it wasn't until I started to get on stage in Virginia, because there wasn't a lot of TV and film available at the time, where I explored the power that existed in telling stories and how it impacted people. I started in the local community theaters. Age 4 was my first show, first time that I was on stage. And it just kind of continued on from there to some of my first paid gigs. I did dinner theater, which was very popular in Virginia at Riverside Dinner Theater in Fredericksburg, Virginia. I played Mowgli in the Jungle Book, Hansel and Gretel, Little Patrick and Mame. And it really just sparked, just kind of the humility and love for it. In dinner theater, you're getting on stage and serving tables. It's a humble practice, and one that I took a lot out of it because of the conversations I'd have with people afterwards. I just remember Little Maine, for example. There was a woman that came to me and said, "Your role in Little Patrick tonight made me think that I need to put more effort into being closer to my son." When she told me that, and this is a woman in her 70s reflecting on a show we had done for a few hours on stage, I realized the immense power in film, television, theater, art, and storytelling. And it just perpetuated me to take my next step, which was to move back to where my parents were originally from in New York City. I was lucky. I got to live with my grandma for a few years and really just take in the city, but really living with my grandma kind of gave me the ability to come home every night in a complex city. So it gave me the ability to really hone my craft. I did that both in college at Marymount Manhattan College with some great acting teachers like Kevin Connell, who nurtured me, as well as out of college, Terry Schreiber, who was actually Edward Norton's coach and became like a grandfather to me and just kind of gave me a bunch of different ways to see acting and a lot of methodology that just kind of gave me the ability to explore what my own process was. And I think that's a big part of being an actor is actually discovering what your process is that uniquely makes you tick and uniquely makes you connect to a character. And then I met a girl, Chris. I met
Mm.
a girl in an acting class and realized that she grew up 3 blocks away from me in that small Virginia town that we were both from. And just because we had divorced parents, like we went to different schools in different towns far away. But I remember we were actually paired in a breakup scene from Say Anything. I was pulling out the call list and I saw that she had a 540 area code and I said, "Where in Virginia are you from?" And she said, "Front Royal." I said, "Excuse me?" She said, "Front Royal, have you heard of it?" And I said, "I'm from Front Royal." And she said, "Are you kidding me?" And I was like, "No, I seriously, like my dad's the sensei, the karate school right across from the Main Street Cinema, and I know this person and I know this person. Well, what about your family?" Well, she said, "My family owns the Apple House, which is a small little country store off the interstate that only someone would know." I said, "Look at my dresser." And my dresser literally had three things at 79th and Broadway in my grandma's apartment that had the price tags on them from the Apple House. I said, "Well, we've already gotten the breakup out of the way. Are you ready to go out on a date?" And my girlfriend then, now my wife, we're just kind of re-engaging this journey. We came to LA a few years ago and starting a production company. Her maiden name is Hunter, so Drago and Hunter makes Dragon Hunter Productions,
Okay.
and that's where I'm at right now.
Wow, that sounds like such deep destiny. Talking about Sleepless in Seattle. You hear these stories in movies and theater, but when you actually sit with someone who talk about how their actual life and the relationship that they encounter along the way, it's a beautiful story. I was actually looking at your story. I'm 50 years old, half a century on this planet, but I've so much accomplishment from you. I haven't even brushed the surface. Can you share a memorable moment or challenge from working on Somewhere in Montana with actors Graham McTavish and Michelle Hurd?
Absolutely. First of all, I don't have kids. I think Laura and I have actually dedicated a lot of that energy. I could say that I do have a kid. I have a dog. Her name's Buffy. She is like a kid to me. I think a lot of our energy has gone into this production company and building some of these films as if they were
Oh,
our children, our legacy piece, so to speak, in the world. As it comes to working with pros like Graham and Michelle, what a gift in my life. I say this all the time that just being around pros like that really is the gift. And the relationships that I got out of this film, they are so much of why I'm so proud to be part of this film and why I feel like I've already won in being a part of it. Graham very quickly brought me into a friendship, which I wasn't necessarily expecting. We actually have a really cool story. Both Graham and Michelle and I all have a weird story in how we met. I was actually picking up a little bit of a cold the first week I was on set because I was there before Graham. I went to the local Walgreens and our producer, Eden Matson, was picking him up from the airport. He wanted to make one stop at the local Walgreens, and we happened to be there at the same time. I met him and could tell right away that it was going to be a true honor in my life to tell a story with him. He was so engaging, just such a wonderful soul right off the bat. I could tell we were going to hit it off, even though our energies were different, which was kind of the beauty of it. Our energies are very different in the film as well. But you want to talk about a collaborator? I mean, him, Michelle, the same way, just such a lover of actors. I actually saw her at the hotel getting into the elevator and I just started talking to her right away and we just hit it off. We're both got the New York background. She's a New Yorker, hit it off right away too. And just such a lover of actors. I think you realize sometimes when you have these durations in your careers, it's because of that selfless energy that you give off to people. It's because of that camaraderie. It's because you always are collaborating with people and engaging with them and really bringing a lot of joy to their process as well. I honestly can't say enough great things about the two of them specifically because they've been doing it for so long. For someone that's an up and coming or unknown actor at this point in my career, to have people like that I can call friends now is part of the journey in this film that I'll always be grateful for.
I loved Michelle Hurd's character in Blind Spot. I don't know why people only seem to remember her in SVU, but those are some of the things. We have so many actors. They have been doing so many roles, and people tend to forget some of the most memorable one. But that one actually stood out for me. Her role in Blind Spot, which is a very good series, by the way.
Mhm.
But the thing is, what's the dynamic like between actor and the director, actually both on and offset? Would you like to get a little bit more into that?
I would love to. It is such an intimate relationship. I see first and foremost why actors and directors work together on
Mhm.
multiple projects because I think the conversations get shorter. You almost know what to expect from the actor, and you know what to expect from the director. The ecosystem that Brandon Smith created as the writer and director of Somewhere in Montana was absolutely extraordinary. I can't say enough good things about him and just what he was able to create, the freedom of expression that we all had, and bringing the whole family together. Like the crew and the cast were completely interchangeable in this one. It's such a small crew that we got to know everybody. We'd go out to dinners together, we'd go on hikes together. So we really couldn't get enough of each other. And that was something that I give Brandon full credit for because he made that happen just in the types of people that he brought into the world of Somewhere in Montana. I go back to the beginning all the time with Brandon because it was a special time for me and a unique experience in building the characters. We would get on Zooms just like we're on right now, and we would go scene by scene. A lot of the work I was doing, in terms of my process as an actor, I'm very backstory driven. I like to think about what the behavior of the character is and how I can bring that to life. But he also gave me the ability to collaborate with him because he was the one that was originally putting these words on the page and building this character. So it was nice to pick his brain too because he wrote both characters as markers of himself in his own life as both someone that's from Montana now and someone that's a director. So there was a little bit of that too, where it was this ultimate collaboration of just going scene by scene and understanding what he needed. Because a good actor director relationship is being the actor that's like, how can I serve this role? How can I do justice to this role? How can I bring all of my work to this character in a way that makes you proud, right? Because this is your film. And I truly mean that. And when you get to a place in your career where you have someone like Brandon that's willing to give you that space to be able to collaborate like that, there's nothing better in the world.
Yes, thank you for that explanation, which leads me to the next statement I want to make because I actually admire an actor's ability to switch and immerse themselves into the roles they play. And, the big names out there like DiCaprio, the Jim Carrey, the Johnny Depp, they're able to transition from one script, from one character to the next. Even yourself, you mentioned earlier how many different plays you were involved in even at an earlier age. So the experience actually come with the amount of roles that you play. So I can actually put it with say for instance if you're into sports, I would
Very
use
into
yeah.
sports.
If I'll use wrestling for one of them, WWE, those you have people who they're the baby face and then they become the eel and then they become the baby face again. So the dynamic of that itself, you have to give people credit for how they can actually deliver and personify that character itself. But can you share the secret of how one would actually recuse themselves, take away from themselves from those characters? How do you get out from being that person on script back to Matt Drago?
That's a great question. I think it really depends on the character a lot of times, but for Fabian, he was a hard character to release because I felt like he was the first character I ever truly fell in love with. And I mean that. Like, I just really understood him. I also understood that there's a lot of Fabian that is me. I got to bring a lot of myself to this character in ways that you don't necessarily always get to within some characters that maybe are a lot different from you, but you try to find those connection points wherever you can, because it's act what you know, right? It's the same as a writer. It's like write with what you know. So for me, I released him. The way that I did it was actually really cool. My cast and crew, the day that we wrapped was my birthday on July 1st. And
Oh,
we all dove into a Flathead Lake together. It's a cold lake, Chris. When I was diving into the lake, I felt like I had done my job. I had fulfilled what I needed to. When I wrapped the day before, I told the cast and the crew while tearing up that I just really wanted to make sure that I did the film proud. This specific process in Montana was very unique in that I was also learning about Montana. I had never spent that much time there. I told them that a lot of the character I had developed was really just all the energy that I'd felt from my cast and crewmates offset that I was able to put right back into the film. It was a very extraordinary experience in that way. But then the second part happened, which was really special for me. I told Brandon, Eden, and Joe, the producers and director, that I feel like Fabian still lives on in me. Much like Fabian fighting
yeah.
for his dream of creating a few good stories that matter, I feel like now I'm doing the same with my production company. Is that, my real through line for my production company and my wife is to bring stories
Mhm.
to little pockets of the country that feel like they don't have a voice. And so it was one of those things with Fabian that he left such a big mark on me that I didn't want to completely disengage from him. I wanted the parts of him that I felt could help me on the character to still be a part of me and my journey. And I feel like they continue to empower me because I learned a lot about myself in the role. And it was a big marker in my life as not just an actor, but an artist and a collaborator. A lot of that was because of the relationships that existed off screen. When I think about Fabian, I feel like I still carry him with me in some ways because of what he taught me and what that character taught me and what the process of being in this film gave me in my life.
Yeah, every moment is a teaching lesson. Can I quote Shakespeare? All the world's a stage. So those are some of the things. You can go out there, you'll see a story, and then try to mimic everything else. I firmly believe that the magic is in the script, and then you take away from some of those attributes that the script allow actors to get into a particular role, because those some of the words that actually come from the script, it resonates with a lot of people, and they will always, if you watch a movie, I firmly believe that if you watch a movie, there has to be a takeaway or a teaching moment. The question I can ask is, how did the theater background and your formal education contribute to the way you approach a role today?
Yeah, Chris, I honestly feel like theater is such a great starting point for a lot of actors because there's no training wheels, right? You're in front of live audiences and it's you feeling the energy. It's open world, meaning that there's not a specific shot where you have to be in frame. It's blocking, but it's a little bit more free, I would say, than film. Film is very technical though. So I think theater gave me the ability to express myself. It gave me the ability to act freely in that space. Again, in rural Virginia, I didn't actually have a lot of film and TV really around me at that time when I was growing up. It's actually becoming more so now that there are TV and film crews there shooting productions. But when I was growing up, there weren't. So theater was a medium that I could get into early. I also like to still sing. So, musical theater was a great medium for me as well. And it just kind of branched out. I think a lot of my path to LA was in part by Terry Schreiber, who I remember this really big moment in my life where he brought me into his office and I was really close to a few Broadway roles and I was kind of getting down on myself because being that close and not getting the opportunity to show what kind of actor you could be, because there's a lot of work that goes into being a Broadway ready actor. It's a lot of money too. At
Mm,
one point, I think I had a vocal coach, I had an audition coach,
wow.
I had a specialty coach that worked with different types of stylizations and things like that. So it was a lot of money. I took a lot of responsibility in making sure that I was ready, if I was getting a job to be able to be on stage 8 times a week, which is incredibly hard. I was feeling a little bit down, and he brought me in and said, maybe you should give LA a shot because I've seen you in class. And again, this is him like telling me, like, if I leave New York, then I'm not going to be in his class anymore. But it's just a wonderful thing that he gave me to explore because he just cared about me so much. And at that time, Laura, my wife, let's pack the car. It was 10 degrees out in New York City. We drove across the country, hit some great spots, including the Grand Canyon. And we got to LA in early January around this time of year, and it was 85 degrees out. We felt like this might be home. Now, we've really enjoyed LA and film, the collaborative art that it is. It's kind of like a new skill set, right? Because it's
Mhm.
so much more technical. You have to get to the point where you do all of the hard work beforehand. Always say
Yeah.
actors should do all of their work in pre production. That way, when they come to set, they're prepared and they can really explore where the actual scene is going to take them. It's technically driven, but it's because of all the masters of craft that are around you. There's such a safety net in people like AJ Young, our cinematographer, and the gaffers and the sound design, and all the people that come together to make something special. When you have that type of collaboration, it's just a wonderful world to be a part of.
Wow. Thank you for sharing that. Because to put it on the automotive perspective, is that you see cars driving every day on the road. We don't take into consideration the work it takes to actually keep it safe on the road. When it goes behind that back door at the dealership, the mechanic has to be trained for at least 4 to 5 years to know exactly what he's doing. We don't take the time to actually appreciate the people who are doing the work: actors, actresses, producers, directors, the sound system, the production crew. They're working in sync together to entertain us so that we forget the fears of the world and everything else around us. And it's a touching moment, sharing your story, and you made that leap of faith along with your wife as well, who is there to support you in your dreams. And she's also a part of it. More of these stories are needed to be had. And in order to share one personal experience, when I was growing up in Jamaica, I lived in a section of the country called, well, the name is Portmore in St. Catherine. And I would get up early in the morning, wake up at around 4:30 in the morning, and I will take a bus from there to Kingston, which is around 35-minute drive, a bus at around 5, 6 in the morning to get to the theater because we were going to watch a triple bill, we called it at the time. And you get there for the movies begin at 7 a.m. And when you get there at 7 a.m., believe it or not, before you even get to the theater, you get to Kingston, then you have to take another bus, which is around another 20, 25 minutes to get to the theater. And then when you get to the theater before 7 a.m. in the morning, there's a long line waiting for people
Wow.
going, yeah, getting into the theater just to see a triple bill, a matinee, Saturday morning, Sunday morning matinee. But that was the norm up until around the 1990s, early 2000. You still have to give respect and honor to the people who are actually doing the
Mhm.
films and putting them on screen. People will come once you have good movies. With the triple bill, you'll see a Clint Eastwood triple bill or a mixture of old movies. I've been watching movies for a very long time, but it's mostly action movies. Because people are not going to leave their home to watch drama. It was mostly action movies, like karate movies,
Sure.
kung fu, martial arts, Jackie Chan's, and the Chuck Norrises, and just to name the Bruce Lee movies. Being with someone inside the industry who can share their stories, you have to pay respect to those who are putting it on screen. What advice would you give someone trying to build their dream as an actor, especially in such a competitive industry right now?
Enjoy the journey. I know it sounds trivial to some, but really, you have to enjoy every part of it. And you enjoy it more when you understand you can only control so much. It's like that in any industry, to be honest. What do I mean by enjoying the journey as an actor? Enjoying the experience of auditioning is a big thing for a lot of actors. If they can really dive into enjoying putting themselves uniquely on tape for that role and doing it just literally the way that they would do it, which is uniquely yours, right? You can only do the role the way that you can. And so you're bringing yourself to the role. Enjoying that part of it is crucial. And I can't stress that enough. What you do when you enjoy Putting yourself on tape is you enjoy the process of acting. Michelle Hurd says it best. Every time I get an audition, she gets fiery. It's my opportunity to put myself out there in the way that only I uniquely can. You can still see the joy it brings her, even after all these years, after all of these roles she's played, her incredible body of work. She really still gets excited every time she gets an audition. Same with her husband, Garrett Dillahunt. You can just see it. And they're just such lovers of actors that I feel like you have to take those types of people that you meet. And when they say things like that, you have to take it to heart. So I really do. I took that to heart with the many conversations that I've had with Michelle. So I would say, first and foremost, enjoy the journey, because when you put yourself on tape for a role, then comes the hardest part. You have to let it go. And you have to understand that you're putting good work out there. You care about what you're putting out there, but you also have to let it go so you can move on to the next. And I do believe that if you put good energy out there, I'll speak specifically to Somewhere in Montana. I'd read the script 3 times before I even
Mm.
put myself on tape for it. It's because I really just loved the story. I really loved the characters. I loved the 10-page scene that Brandon Smith wrote so eloquently about a lot of the societal issues that we're going through as a country right now in the United States. This is a film very early on that I was taken by. Before it was even a film, the script was
Mhm.
something that I was taken by. When I put myself on tape, I did one take of it. My acting teacher actually said, I wouldn't change a thing. You have a very clear take on this character. Because now you can put yourself on tape. You can do it 10, 20, 30 times if you want to. I only did one take, and my acting teacher
Mm.
said, you have a really firm grasp on what you want to do with this character. Could you make little tweaks here and there? Of course, but you uniquely know what you want to do with this character. So I would just send that in, because if you do it over and over again, you're just going to get into your head. This was from your heart. And so I said, okay. And I did. And then you have to do the thing as an actor where it's the waiting game, right? And a few weeks go by, and then, you hope to hear something. Maybe sometimes you do, maybe sometimes you don't. I did for this one. It was a producer session. I got to work with Eden, Jared Brocksterman, who is the casting director locally in Montana, and Brandon. I just remember that Zoom so vividly because we really just explored personally. I was just curious about the project, the script, the story. I was curious about the power of the story and why it needed to be told. Films like this are why I got into acting, because I wanted to tell stories, much like Fabian Verdugo, that resonated with people, conversation starters that were stories of the times, like this one. I just remember that Zoom so vividly, and that I ended up speaking with them probably for like 45 minutes, and we only
Mm.
ran the scene once. It was because they saw in me somebody that was really on board with it. And I think that's what it really speaks to when I think about giving advice to actors, is really just enjoying the journey. Part of it is really just enjoying the opportunity to get a couple good stories in front of you and put your mark on them. And whether, you're granted the role or not, if you do good work over and over again and you really enjoy the process and you show that you're a team player, I really do believe that that will come back to you in your life.
Words of wisdom, and hopefully it reaches the person who is actually listening and watching. And it's always good to share one's experience. We never know whose life it's going to impact positively along the way. I've watched the trailer at least twice. It doesn't give much. I must say that because you want to keep it as compact as possible. I'll be showing the trailer later on at the end of this podcast, so persons can go there and listen. I was looking to see if I could watch the movie, but it's not available in any theaters here in Toronto. So I'm gonna have to wait on the release. Will it be released on digital DVD?
Eventually, it will go to VOD and streaming, but right now, we are trying to do a limited theater release in the country,
Okay.
just so it can become like a conversation starter. Again, independent films, they're harder to get into theaters, and that's why getting on podcasts like yours today, Chris, is so important, because it's word of mouth. We started our journey in trying to get it into theaters, going to Rocky Mountain NATO, which is in Salt Lake City. NATO stands for National Association of Theater Owners. And so it was an opportunity to meet a lot of people that have owned theaters for many years. And it was very interesting because some people, like, it's their legacies owning these theaters. I met one girl who owned a drive-in and it was her grandmother's theater. And she was like,
Mhm.
it's just so hard right now to get people to come to the theaters. But I think Brandon specifically, and I love him for it, is old school. He wants people to come to the theaters. He wants to force the conversation because when you're in your home, you get on your phone, you're kind of distracted. When you go to the theater, you're really paying attention, and this film
Yeah.
has a lot in it. And so we're hoping that because a lot of these theater owners own many theaters, these couple weeks that we're in now, because we're recording at the end of January, will perpetuate more theater openings. I will share them on my socials as the rollout continues, and then
Yeah.
when it comes to streaming and VOD, I'll share that as well on my socials.
Okay, definitely. Do we have time to the trailer right now? I think I can show it. How many times have you seen it? Let me see if I can bring it up right here. Here.
John Shimke edited an incredible trailer. It's really powerful.
Can you see it?
I can see it.
Okay, there we go. Let me hit play.
I don't forget. Every moment, every day. God, I miss that woman.
Where are we? Montana. This one location is holding up our entire shoot. Your ranch, it's such a nice fit.
I just don't trust this guy. This is a working ranch, Laney. It's not an amusement park.
If we can make this deal work out, then we can survive until next year.
Welcome to my ranch.
Let's get first team in here. First team.
Bob tells us they're making a movie out to your place.
Yeah, I guess everybody knows.
Holy cow, Parks.
Cut! Mike, call a break.
Damn, everybody'd like to have your attention. It's time to freak out.
Where the hell do you get off interrupting my shoot? Where the hell do you get off punching my actors?
What the hell was that, Dad?
Just setting a tone.
What am I supposed to do that will make him respect me?
Give it a shot, John. Might wind up liking the kid.
What about him should I like? He doesn't respect me, and he doesn't respect my way of life.
Why does everyone in this town have to be so in your face?
Bob, trust me, John. Trust your daughter.
Dad. Please.
This doesn't finish till I do, does it?
Somewhere in Montana. There you have it. What's your well, without giving out any much secret, what is your take on it?
That really needs to be told where we're at right now as a society. I think we tend to not get to know people as well. I think we tend to not let people in and give them space. This film really dives deep into legacy and respecting other people's legacy and really seeing other people, trying to get past that instant reaction of how we feel about people and canceling them, finding that just word that always resonates with me because I feel like it's the highest form of love that you can give to another person. That's respect. If you respect a person, it's hard to hate them. This journey and this film, like I said, I think it is something that I think can resonate with a lot of people that are struggling on how to communicate with someone that they might not see eye to eye with. Because again, these are two people from two different worlds that need to find a way to coexist. And isn't that where we're at right now? In our country, in America, and throughout the world. It also explores legacy and everybody's legacy. And that's what I love. I mean, Fabian, it's his film. John, it's his ranch. Legacies matter, people matter, and we need each other. And I think a through line that I found even when I was shooting there was there is more that can connect us than can ever divide us. And I truly believe that. This film that Brandon Smith created is a perfect example of the start of trying to find that conversation and have it with those people that you need to really just try to find that mutual respect again in this world with other people that maybe you don't see eye to eye with all the time.
Back in 2009, I got the opportunity to visit Toyota Motor Corporation's factory. At the time, I worked at a dealership, Toyota dealership. It was owned by Toyota Tsusho Corporation, which was the fifth largest trading company in the world at that time. And I was selected as one of the global ambassadors to go to Toyota Motor Corporation's factory in Nagoya, Japan, to see the Toyota production system, how the cars actually were built and they were made. And we spent around 3 years studying the Toyota way in sales and marketing. And Japan is a beautiful country. I've always wanted to go back there. Nice people, courteous to a fault. That's what we always say. And at that time, I learned about the 10-point principles of Toyota's automotive division. And some principles stood out. One was to greet everyone with enthusiasm. The another one I can remember is to make the most of everyone's strength. Um, we learn from our own and others' success and failures and continuously try to improve. Another one I can remember is take on new challenges and have an impeccable plan. The one that stood out the most was to learn from our predecessors and exceed our predecessors respectfully. And people who are actually acting, you see great actors in the past, and we try to emulate a lot of what they're doing to bring stories to life. And you just explained everything in terms of the production, the crew, and Brian, and all of what everyone tried to do is we have to try to find a way to share a common ground, especially in this world. And considering what is taking place, everything that affects the South, which is United States, it also affects us here in Canada. And somehow we need to find a common ground to thrive and make things work. I love the music and the background music in that trailer. Of course, it was very serene. And how do you actually deal with the criticism in terms of if they're going to come with a film? And why I ask this is that social media now has given everyone the right to an opinion. Some may see the film, some may not like it, some will love it. I remember listening to one of YouTube's highly watched movie critics, and he refers to actors as paid adult pretenders. May sound kind of harsh, but considering there are thousands of people out there trying to break through and make it even on a regular series, how would you respond to a comment like that?
I feel like every film and every show isn't for everyone, right? So you have
Yeah.
to do your work in the film series or even on stage, but understand that not everybody's going to resonate with it. I think there's always a more productive way to do it. I think some people do it harshly, but I think if they're being overly harsh and negative and not critical in a productive way, like the movie reviews do, where they break down the things that worked and didn't, and they're looking at the structure of the film and performances within it and the different elements that make film great, whether it be the cinematography, or lighting, or sound. If you're just going to hate on it, then I think that's of a reflection on that person than on the film. Not every film is for every person. Luckily for us, we have gotten really great feedback on this film because a lot of people understand the importance of the film. And the people that were part of it, they really brought it. And it's an important story that needs to be told. Criticism exists in every industry, right? Like you just spoke of. I mean, like it's not anything different. Like we sometimes have to be critical to achieve better. And within this film, I hope that people will resonate with my performance. I gave Fabian the freedom to be big because I felt him big. I felt him honestly, but I felt him big. He's passionate, larger than life, and he's fighting for something. Haven't we all been there where we
Yeah.
fought for something and maybe we haven't been at our best all the time? I wanted to show him as somebody that really was passionate because he cared. When I have interviews with someone astute like you, I can explore that. It's not just about the performance that takes place over an hour and 45 minutes in the film. It's why I performed that character the way that I did and why I felt that character the way that I did and why I constructed that character the way that it did. So I think specifically for this film, it worked wonderfully because Graham is so subtle and powerfully subtle. And Montana Ranchers are that too. Our two energies just don't match in the beginning. It was a really interesting role for both of us because at the end, I think you can see that our energies match a little bit more, even if we don't agree with everything, because we're still different people. That's what Brandon writes really well in this script. At the end of this movie, we're not skipping off in the sunset together. We're still two uniquely different people. He writes us both as alpha males, which I really like. We're both protagonists and antagonists of each other within this film. And I think that's another great thing because aren't we kind of protagonists and sometimes antagonists within our own life, right? Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody should be granted some redemption in their life. And this is a redemption story. This is people not being at their best and working through that. So when I discuss the role in its totality, I understand why I made the choices. I feel proud of that. I feel proud of why I built the character the way I did because I know how much work and effort I put into it. If some people don't appreciate that role or felt like it could have been done differently, that's their opinion and that's okay. But I honestly feel like Brandon said it when we wrapped. He said, "You did exactly what I asked you to do." And that's all you can ever ask from your director. If you hear that, you've done your job. When you're on set as an actor, you are serving the production. You are a piece of that production. I feel very proud of the work I did in creating this character and bringing him to life in Somewhere in Montana.
Yep. All he did was make the most of everyone's strength, and something will actually come right through. With a fourth degree black belt, I'm going to put that out there. Matt has a black belt in karate. Do you find that martial arts influences your approach to acting or the discipline required in your career?
Absolutely. I grew up in a dojo. My father is my sensei. He's an eighth degree black belt. So I joke and always say that I grew up like a Ninja Turtle. I have three other brothers. I'm Leonardo, by the way. My brother Marcus, Brainiac, perfect scores on his SATs. Obviously Donatello. Michael is Raphael, and my brother Richard. He, kind of just kind of does his own thing. He's like a free spirit, and that's
Yeah.
Michelangelo. Martial arts has been the ultimate practice for me in my life, and it's definitely influenced a lot of my acting. My father, Arthur, has given me the ability to enjoy the movement of karate. We are in an old school practice of Okinawan Shoin-ryu, and we actually got to study in Okinawa together. And these are like 80, 85-year-old, 90 grandmasters. And just very humble dojos that are built in the farmlands. These are people that were protecting themselves with farm tools, oars, sais, nunchucks, and bows. But yeah, karate and martial arts in my life has become a really important practice because it's given me the freedom to enjoy the movement. Our dojo is very prideful in the fact that we don't give out trophies. We don't ask kids to get into a ring and fight each other because that's not what martial arts is. It's a self practice. It's getting out on the dojo deck and doing those katas for yourself and doing them in the way that you uniquely can, right? And that's very much in the same vein as acting, doing the role uniquely how you can and enjoying the movement and in the practice of it. That's what karate has given me in my life and being a a 4th-degree black belt in Okinawan Shorin-ryu.
Upcoming projects, are there anything we can look forward?
Absolutely. I mean, LA's kind of, going through a lot right now, and we've been through 3 strikes and one of the worst natural disasters in our history. Right now, I'm really focusing on my team as an actor. You build people around you that see your vision. I'm lucky to have an incredible agent at HRI Talent, Tanya Kleckner, who's pitching me for projects. I've got my manager, Richard John Martin at Ignite Talent Management, and my PR rep, Mia Hansen, who's given me a lot of time in the craft of putting myself out there like I am today on your podcast. I'm auditioning constantly. I actually had an audition right before this podcast today. In many ways, Montana taught me that in addition to acting, I love collaborating. And there's nobody better to collaborate with than someone you love. Collaborating with my wife and building out our production company is something that fuels me. It very much in the vein of how I take Fabian Verdugo with me in my life as Matt, and just try to, like I said, build stories in little pockets of the country that feel like they don't have a voice. Because I feel like sometimes a lot of the dissonance that happens in our societies happens when people feel voiceless. So films can help give a little bit of that voice back to them. Sometimes it takes a film production going to a small town like Polson, Montana, or Front Royal, Virginia to do that. So I'm really excited about my next chapter. I feel like I'm in the sweet spot of my career where I'm just really enjoying what's coming to me and just enjoying the pure joy that I have being in this remarkable film that I think has a really incredible message.
All right, definitely. And we look forward to it. Somewhere in Montana now, playing in selected theaters in the United States. I will wait on it here in Toronto on video on demand. And I wished I had the opportunity to watch it before I had you on the podcast, but unfortunately not. Matt, thank you very much for joining us. I look forward to watching that movie as soon as it comes out, and I will send you a message directly to share my thoughts on the performance, the film itself, and the supporting cast. We look forward to watching more movies from your production company. You mentioned earlier about individuals who owned cinemas, and they're looking forward to seeing people coming back into the theaters, because that was something that was very spontaneous back in the days. We were on our way home, we looked across, we see the lights, we see the name of a movie, then we just stop and we go in there and we spend another hour and a half. How can you get people to have that spontaneity again? How can we get people to have that interest to come back into the theater where you can just sit down and forget all your fears and worries? And that is the common ground we have to go back into the, because once the script is good, they will come. Once the actor is good, they will come. The production doesn't have to be top notch. They just want something that they can immerse themselves into, and hopefully we will learn everything from everyone today. Are there any final thoughts you would like to share with us?
Absolutely. And I'll just follow that up, Chris. Thank you for having me on your show. Film and art are the ultimate escape. They teach people to feel and connect with their humanity. And that's why I love acting so much. If you want to follow my journey, I can only do so many social media platforms, but I'm very active on Instagram. Follow me at Matt Drago, MattDrago. From there, I've got all of my link tree up. It's got my actor website, mattdrago.com, my production company website, dragonhunterproductions.com. It's also got my IMDb if you want to look at my projects, what I've got coming up. And yeah, I just share things from my life and share things for my acting career. So give me a follow there, and I'll keep you posted with all of the happenings in my life and my career. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Welcome, taking the opportunity to join me on this chat. So first of all, let me can you introduce yourself?
Sure. So my name is Jennifer Garcia. and I work in HR and I'm a certified human resource leader, which is just a professional designation in our industry. For most of my career, I have worked in the auto industry and love it actually, because it's one of those industries that not many people fully know about or they sometimes skim over. And I've spent a majority of my time in car dealerships, and I'm currently working for a global corporate organization as the employee experience manager.
Okay, that's nice. So
Yeah,
you got most of your experiences working at the dealership level.
I did. And actually, it was really nice because I actually didn't start in HR at the dealership level. I was a customer service representative. I was a warranty admin clerk. I did some minor accounting tasks. So I really got to know different departments, and it gave me a whole new appreciation for what people do and also made me a better individual in HR because I had a little bit of understanding of what people did in the dealership and a new appreciation for their roles.
Oh yes, yes, definitely. Because one of the one of the mantra I grew up understanding while working in a dealership, based on my experiences, was respect for people. Because people are used at all times as a strategic part of growing the business and operating the dealership all on a regular basis. Meaning, like you have to use people in order to make a strategic move in elevating yourself and getting them to understand, getting the various competencies, getting their various competencies as well. And at the same time, no, you get them to understand the process and try to improve those process. But let me not interject. Please continue.
No, that's okay. I agree with you. I mean, people are a necessary ingredient, right, for every organization. What's nice about HR is that so many employees serve external customers, right? Where
Yes,
HR has the opportunity to serve the internal customers.
yes.
So we support the business. We're still just as strategic, but we also have that opportunity to really support the internal customers serving the external customers.
Yes, definitely. We have our internal customers and our external customers, and that is also a factor, which is stakeholder satisfaction.
Mhm.
But compare. I don't want to interject too much, but how do you compare the dealership role to what you're doing now?
Yeah. So dealership and what I'm doing now is definitely a little bit different. I'm
Yeah.
working for a company that's on the Toronto Stock Exchange,
Hmm.
and I work in a global environment, right? So currently my company has over 1 million cars on the road. I
Okay.
work with employees in Australia, New Zealand, mostly in the US, which is different for me, especially when it
Hmm.
comes
Hmm.
to employment law.
Yeah.
Uh, so different experience, but great experience. And I think my background in the dealerships really helped me with this role.
Yes.
I think there's similarities too, because we see different trends happening, which you'll probably want to talk about later, right? But the rise in electric vehicles is huge.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
You
Especially in
know,
trucking now, it's heading to trucks right now.
Right. And not just that, but also the service requirements, no matter if you're in a corporate company with cars on the road or in a dealership. I mean, people need service, right? Cars are
Yes.
being built better, but they still
Yes.
need maintenance and preventative maintenance. So,
Yes.
yeah, so some differences, but some similarities for sure.
Yes, because the auto industry, it keeps the economy moving, believe it or not. And a lot of people take it for granted, not knowing the intricacies that are involved
Yeah.
in the day-to-day activities, whether you're in fleet management or you're at the dealership level. It goes both ways. But let me go a little bit more into your experiences because I mean it sounds
Yeah.
so fun. How Based on where you were, how has operations changed since you last started out at that level?
Yeah. So, oh my goodness. I think two things have changed: the auto industry, first of all, and
Yes.
HR and how they align. When I started in HR at the dealership level, I didn't know of many car dealerships that actually had HR, to be honest. It
Okay.
was a fairly new concept. I think things were changing in the world. More stricter legislation was coming in. Organizations were trying to develop a more professional persona and trying to
Hmm.
better themselves. And the world in general was just becoming a little more corporate and formal.
Yes.
And I think for many car dealerships, the HR representative or having someone in HR was a necessary next step, but also a value add next step. as they really
Yes.
started thinking about their overall strategies.
Yes.
So
Yes.
that was the first thing. And I think there has always been this concept is the wrong word, or perception of what car dealerships are. And so you think of the traditional car dealership, and we have all seen those YouTube videos of what a car dealership is, and that person coming out with the cigar to the yard, kind of
Yes.
thing. So dealerships were trying to get away from that. And
Yeah.
dealerships were becoming dealer groups, right? So they
Yes.
need
Yes.
some
Yes.
kind
I've
of
seen that. Brand management, they call it.
brand management, exactly. So they were becoming groups, and they also needed some kind of standardization and formalization so
Yes.
that employees were treated similarly at different dealerships, right?
Yes. Yes.
But then I also think talent, or people in general, employees, it was getting harder to engage employees and retain them. So I think by adding HR, it brought a diverse talent, or multiple capabilities for an organization, right? Because I
Hmm.
handle, as a certified HR professional, health and safety legislation.
Yes.
We take lead on employment legislation, but also things like fun things like engagement and culture initiatives,
Hmm.
finding the right talent, right? Succession and
Yeah.
workforce planning. So HR is so multifaceted that it helps an organization in many ways.
Yes, yes. I'm learning so much just by sitting here speaking to you. I can imagine my audience right now. I mean, you were right. The HR plays a pivotal part, because the HR manager is right there along with the CEO, right? The CEO is the one who drives the direction in which the company wants to go. They're the ones who determine the vision, the value, the mission of the company, right? And legislate the action plan and the processes that needs to be done in order to move the dealership from one level to the next. Whether you have a 2-year midterm plan or a 5-year long-term plan, then
Mhm.
that is important. But the HR department and the HR manager, the HR director is the one who drives that process, ensuring that the staff is competent enough, is at a particular competence in order to understand the processes and to ensure that the work is being done, right?
Yeah,
But
and I also
let,
think, oh,
sorry, go ahead.
that's okay, Chris. I was also just going to say, I think by having HR at the leadership table too, or within an organization, you're showing your employees that people are part of the success, right? Part of the
Yes,
plan, part of the strategy, part of the success. And
yes,
we, as a company from the top down, have you in mind.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. It's a top down initiative. I learned that when I was in management, well, moons ago. So, but what are some of the challenges you faced when you were at the dealership level?
Yeah, I think similar to other industries, right, is finding the right talent, finding the right people for the right positions.
Yeah.
Again, historically, car dealerships and any kind of dealership actually has always looked for the experience. They've always
Yes.
wanted people for the easy fix, right? If you're a parts advisor at one place, then you can come work at any dealership. And
Yeah.
that's not necessarily the case. But I also think people were leaving the industry and not as many people were entering the industry. So
Hmm.
finding the right people for the right position, and getting people exposed to the automotive industry is really important.
Yeah.
And then, once you have the right people, how do you keep them engaged and interested, and enjoying what they do?
Hmm.
Um, because in the long term, right, one, they're going to be the people who refer the talent.
Yeah.
If they enjoy what they do and you keep them engaged and learning and growing, they're going to refer other people to join the organization. But also, when they believe in the product and believe in your company, they're going to bring most of the customers,
Yes.
right? If you have 100 employees and everyone refers one family a year, that's 100 extra cars a year to sell, right? Or 100, like, you just think it, like, in business sense, it makes sense when you treat your employees right.
Yes, it does.
So,
It does. Because the employee, you can either have a disciple or a terrorist. That's a terminology that they always use.
those are a
And
little extreme.
oh well, it's a third world concept. Believe it or not, you can turn a employee into a disciple who will follow you and understand and know exactly, and you gain their trust, right?
Yeah.
Or you can do things in a way that's they don't like you. They become a terrorist. They sabotage you. They become lazy. They become complacent. So there are ways and means of trying to keep them motivated, most of all, right? And to get them to buy into the vision as to where you're taking the company. So it's a buying concept for everyone.
Yeah, and trust is huge, as you said, right?
Yeah,
I think there's no engaged employee or no engaged individual if there's no trust in the organization.
exactly, exactly.
Their products, you believe in the vision of the company and what they do, but you have to have that trust that you're part of that plan.
Yes, yes, it boils all the way down to communication. It has to be clear. It has to be concise.
Yeah.
Right? But let me keep picking your brain because as long as I have you here,
Yeah.
the other question I want to present, what are, based on your experiences, what are some of the recommendations and suggestions you'd have for dealerships now? Know that you're on the outside looking in, but
Yeah.
it's not much different from what you're doing now. But I suspect that with all the experiences you have attained, and you have traveled, you have seen other dealerships outside of our hemisphere, how they operate. And I suspect that you'll actually have like best practices and the way how we do things, and you try to customize the various concept, what works there, and formulate it based on our legislation here. As you know, legislation changes from country to country, right? You don't want to bring something from another region and it doesn't apply to our laws here. So everything is protected, right? Workers have rights. But let me go back to the original question. I'm rambling all the way. What are some of the what are some of the recommendations you would
Yeah,
have?
for
Yeah.
sure. I mean, again, I think many things apply to many industries, but specifically with the automotive, I mean, business is a disruptive world, right? Things
Right.
change so quickly, so drastically. We've
Yeah.
seen that with COVID. I mean, wow. Whoever thought we were going to go through a pandemic, honestly?
Right.
I'm traveling the US one weekend. I'm supposed to go to California for a conference the next. Next thing you know, everything's shut down. Like, it's just incredible. So I think COVID was a great learning for many organizations.
Hmm.
And our recommendation is keep learning, right?
Yeah.
Because if you're stagnant and you think something's working, and if you don't think outside the box and how to continuously improve it, your
Hmm.
company isn't going to succeed, right?
Yeah.
So I think can have that continuous learning atmosphere or culture, and allow openness. So if someone has a suggestion or feedback, listen to it, right? It may not be feasible, it may not be great,
Yeah.
but if you don't listen, then some of the best solutions and ideas, especially from employees, aren't going to be heard.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I would say some recommendations or suggestions I have is, make sure that profits and your business strategy and vision plus customers plus employees is really what I feel are the necessary ingredients for success.
Yes. Definitely. Definitely. Especially at the dealership level.
Yeah. When one of
You,
those
you
is missing,
yeah.
I don't think you can have a full or success in general. Yeah.
Right, right, right. Because it's as it's if you're not growing, you're dying. That's basically what it boils down to,
Yeah.
right? And you can't remain stagnant. You have to be continuously improving the way you do things and the way you operate. But you mentioned COVID just now, and it has opened the eyes into way how businesses businesses are strategically finding innovative ways to operate and get around. But outside of COVID, if COVID never happened, how would we prepare for ever changing markets? What would be your suggestions?
Yeah. I think consider all those ingredients, right? You need a strong leader or CEO that has a vision, but keeps all those necessary ingredients in mind: customers, employees, and the bottom line, right? The stakeholders, the bottom line, the shareholders.
Yeah.
I think if you don't have avenues in place already, make sure there's avenues in place to have employee feedback. Um,
Right.
the suggestion box is great, but really in a digital world, how many people use it? Let's be honest. Right?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Is there a way to text things in? Is it through team meetings, right? Like if someone's giving a suggestion at a team meeting, which most companies or departments should have on a regular basis,
Yes. Yes. Yes.
around one time, what are we doing with that information? How is it going to the top? How is it
Hmm.
being shared? How is it even being considered? So
Yeah.
if there's not avenues in place, I think that's really important so that employees can provide feedback. And
Yeah.
not just to their direct supervisor, but I also think to the top, right?
Hmm.
Sometimes leadership can be great at the top, but if they lose sight or, communication is changing as it goes up the ladder,
Yeah.
I think true great ideas are sometimes missed.
Yes, that is so true. But if one suggestion is that one could make the suggestions or ideas as you speak as a part of their profile,
Yeah.
right? You recommend you request that they give us ideas. They submit ideas on a regular basis, at least 2 or 3 per month, right? And then you look at the best one to see what fits, what will work, what will not work at the same time. But what is your emphasis on training?
Yeah, so training is huge. I think every organization, but car dealerships especially, because I think we lag a little bit in the industry, is that
Uh-huh.
you have to find that balance of subject matter experts versus new individuals coming in.
Yes.
If you have all subject matter experts who have been in the industry for 20, 30 years, I think we lose sight sometimes of the newer technology available or meeting the expectations of customers' needs, like little things. I want a text message when my car is done versus a phone call. How many people pick up
Yeah.
their cell phone every time now? So I think there's that balance. And I think we really need to take the time to train. Everyone says we do it, but how many people do it great?
Yeah,
Um,
that is true.
and training isn't necessarily formal, and it's not necessarily just the job of the employer, right? There has to be a commitment on that new employee's part or that employee learning the new role. It has to be hands-on. You have to make mistakes to learn
Mhm.
more sometimes, right? But it should never be at the cost of the customer.
Mhm. Mhm.
So I think more emphasis could be placed in training. To be honest, I think full-time people could spend time on training. It's really that important. So
Yes,
I think once
yes.
you find the right person for the right position at the right time, then the next step is how do we make that person be their best self
Yeah.
and deliver their best work? And then on top of that, how do you keep them engaged, right? How
Yes.
do you keep them interested? And often when we talk about engagement and growth, people think, oh, promotion, oh, money.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily that always. It could be a special ad hoc project. It could
Mhm.
be participating in a continuous improvement group.
Mhm.
It could be
Mhm.
becoming a mentor or a subject matter expert to others. So
Yes.
I think we need to get away from this perception of growth is just promotion,
Yeah.
because as you go up an organization, there's fewer positions, right?
Yes.
So maybe
Yes.
30
That is
growth
so
to 5
true.
managers. Yeah. So we need to get away from that, but still keep people engaged, as we know that if individuals aren't interested in the work they do or believe in the product and they're not seeing growth opportunities, then we know that they change approximately every 2 years,
Yeah.
sometimes less. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's self-development is always important
Yes.
because there was a time when a lot of dealerships they will implement something called cross-functional training. Like,
Okay.
yeah, when if you're a parts person and you're interested in becoming a service advisor, then you'll go across and then you'll shadow someone for a particular amount of time, and then you'll come back, and then it helps growth, it helps understanding, and it helps clarity in terms of how various departments work and how they intertwine, right? But you have to keep employees engaged as you mentioned earlier, and that is also something that a lot of dealerships can employ on a regular basis as well.
Yeah. And to be honest, in my own opinion, you talk about the cross departmental training. I think
Yes.
that should be like the first or second week of a new person's role.
Hmm.
Why wait 2 years to learn what the person beside you does?
Yeah.
I just think if you could visit every department and find out what different people do within the organization from the beginning, you would have a greater understanding of how you contribute to the overall vision.
Yes, yes, definitely, because what you have is a lot of, if it's a very competitive environment, then you have, departments within a whole competing against each other, and then you have
Yeah.
crosstalk and all these things without looking at the bigger picture, which is one company, right? So
And
we
teamwork.
tend to lose focus. We tend to lose focus on that.
Yeah.
But what about training at the top? Is the top also important?
I think so. One, not only training, I think a lot of good CEOs and leaders do spend time on self development in different ways.
Right?
But I also think succession planning, right?
Hmm.
Who is the next leader?
Ah,
What are we doing to
yes,
bring them up? So not
yes,
just the
yes,
very top, but the 2 levels beneath them. What are we doing with those leaders?
Mm-hmm.
to bring them to the next level. And again, it doesn't necessarily mean everyone's going to be a CEO, but
Yeah.
how are they better people leaders?
Mm-hmm.
Someone could have great business acumen and
Yes.
horrible people skills.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Interpersonal skills. Yeah.
Yeah. So what are we doing with those individuals? I think is just as important. And sometimes people deserve these top positions, which is great, but if they don't have, as I said, the people skills, the coaching skills, and the business
Mm-hmm.
sense, then it's not fair to those individuals because they can't perform their best work.
Yes.
You need to take the time to train them and not just throw them in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And
That
then
is
it's not
that's
fair to the business either. Yeah.
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 Interesting. Very interesting. As you can from my accent, I'm from the Caribbean, but you have a lot of individuals, they emigrate to countries like Canada, the United States, and I don't know if you're familiar with the aspects of how do someone from a different area, region, country coming into Canada, for argument's sake, and they want to come into HR, what will be your guidance for that person? Or do you understand the steps for them to actually go through the various functions and attributes and competencies in order to be a HR practitioner like yourself?
Yeah, no, for sure. So, HR is a professional designation. So we have a professional organization that regulates us, and it's like OMVIC. We have
Okay.
a body of ethics. We have an ethics code, a regulatory body,
Hmm.
disciplinary hearings for those who have complaints. So it's just as professional as many other designations. So
Right.
if someone was coming in and interested, I would say first of all, look up the HR Practitioners Association of Ontario. That's the
Okay.
first step. And then many people don't know that several or most HR professionals have this designation. It
Okay.
involves some schooling, it involves some
Hmm.
work experience, it involves some exams. But most of all, take the time to learn what's needed and get in contact or connect on LinkedIn with other HR professionals. That would
Hmm.
be the best way. Yeah,
Yeah.
the best HR professionals have a passion for people, right?
Okay.
And business,
Okay.
because I think
And
they have to
business.
be aligned in that. Yeah.
Yes.
You can have great people, but if you're not making money as a business, it's not a great organization. So,
Yes. Yes.
yeah. So get connected with those people and they can definitely help you along the way.
Okay. Yeah. It does. Networking is indeed important,
Mhm.
but as you mentioned, you also mentioned earlier, the higher up you go, the less positions. So it is
Yeah.
best to it is best to understand the various roles. So you can also have what they call it now, a lateral, a
Yeah.
horizontal way of moving through the company itself.
Yeah.
But
Oh, sorry, Chris. What's nice about HR is that we are so diverse.
yeah,
So as I mentioned before, we are capable and talented and have competencies in legislation such as health and safety, employment standards, human
hmm
rights.
hmm
We take care of things such as performance,
yeah,
growing people as we've talked about throughout this conversation, but also unfortunately those sometimes concerns that are brought
yeah,
forward.
yes,
Workforce planning. What's the future? How many people do we need? That's
hmm
something that, if I was to suggest to companies, start now. You can't
hmm
find the right people in 24 hours to
yeah,
build your strategy. Like you
hmm
need to start now and build the right people in the right places.
yeah,
So recruiting is a big one, right? So
hmm
you can work as a generalist in HR, but you can also have one of these specialties. Compensation is another big one. So
yeah,
there's many things or areas that people can be interested in
yeah.
to work in HR.
Yeah, you're right. I remember working for a dealership, and every week was a different policy: sexual
Uh,
harassment policy, safety policy, work punctuality policy, the departmental health, and it just keep the list just keep. Every week there was a new policy coming out, and you had to adhere to it. But it was done that way because what we were doing was developing a proper HR department at the time. What we had was personnel, someone who just dealt with files and hiring and health system and benefits and everything else. But when the HR department came together now, then we understood so many variables were involved, right?
I
And
bet
then
you.
Yes. So sorry. So many verbals were involved and legislations, and then they had to be rolled out to the staff, and then we had to train the staff to understand exactly what these policies were. It was a lot of work, but
But I bet
after a
6 months
while,
down the road, it wasn't a policy every week. There
ex-
was bigger, bigger and funner, but better initiatives that were
yes,
happening, right? That's
yeah.
just the beginning of building an HR department.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
But it actually gave us an understanding and an appreciation exactly of how a HR department should be run, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I mean, without those experiences, I wouldn't understand exactly some of the things they're talking about, but I was very much familiar with them.
Yeah.
So
But it's also nice to see, yes, some people would say that's a pain at the time, at the moment, right?
yeah.
But down the road, then you think about everyone has the same expectations and
Hmm.
everyone has known the same policies. So there's no favoritism.
Yeah.
Then people are treated fairly and equal. So that just
Yes,
goes to show
definitely,
professional
definitely.
organization you are working for. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. That's how it should be. Everybody should be treated equally, fairly, right across the board.
Yeah.
Okay. Jen, I want to thank you. I know you're busy. I grabbed you at the opportune time, and it was actually refreshing and enlightening speaking with you. And I want to bring you back one day again when I come up with some more in-depth understanding and more information. I want to ask you about HR practices, right? Not necessarily about the dealership, but if I get more questions from others, I'll be sure to present them to you if I
No
can.
problem. Thank you for the opportunity.
Hey, thank you. It has been a pleasure and an honor to have you here, and I thank you very much for coming on.
No, thank you, Chris. Have a great evening.
Okay, same to you. Bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another episode of Parts Talk. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate each and every one of you. And today we have entrepreneur, business development, personal development, and keynote speaker, Mr. Joe Rocky. The name of his business is Elite Business Conversations. And he's here to let us know exactly what it is we need to be successful in your line of work. And what we do is we get individuals from time to time to show the different aspect on a different side of managing your business, especially here in the automotive space, because we have a lot of mechanics who are walking away from the dealership and the workshop environment, and they want to somehow own and operate their own shops. However, you will actually need the fundamentals in order to manage it, because some way, somehow down the line, the objective is to grow your business, get more clients, get more vehicles in, because in the service side of it, there is the throughput, and service managers concentrate on getting that maximum capacity in the shop at all times. Parts managers are the one who follow up on those appointment systems, and we try to emphasize, hopefully, having the parts right there on time. And manufacturers have gone the length of the time now, try to develop a system called just-in-time manufacturing, where the parts are available for the mechanics, for the parts department, hopefully for a faster turnaround, so the customers can go in and out based on their allotted time. And of course, the flat rate system is working just as essential, so you can get your money's worth and everyone is happy, because at the end of the day, we're looking to build customer relationships and increase that customer retention, which unfortunately a lot of dealerships are falling short of because of the amount of complaints we're seeing. So, Joe, can you tell us particularly what are some of the challenging projects you worked on in the past, and how did you overcome any of these obstacles? But I wanted to tie that in to let the audience know exactly who you are.
Yeah. So, as you said, I'm Joe Rocky, so I appreciate that. I love your introduction there, because so many people are doing exactly what you said here. They're recognizing that we're in a situation, working in a dealership in this case, where it's not really working out. It's not good. I mean, let's face it. And a lot of us have had this experience where, and myself included, where I'm working somewhere and I know it's not being done right, but that doesn't mean I know how to make my own. And what I'd really like to help all of you, all the listeners today, is really let's dive into how that process could look like. It's very foreign in some capacities, but it's also kind of easy once you get over this little entry hurdle of getting there in terms of the knowledge base. The capital required in terms of cash is going to wildly vary based on what part of the country you're in. It's going to be much less expensive if you're in Iowa than if you're in Manhattan. But nonetheless, the point being is the skill set is what I can help you with here, and then hopefully be able to give a little bit of idea of where you might be able to get the capital. So to answer your starting question, in terms of challenges that people have that I've gone through that are going to apply here, is that every business, when we look at it, regardless of what they're selling, when we're talking about McDonald's selling fries or the dealership selling BMWs, has 3 required components. The first required component is people need to know who my business is and have a desire to come check it out. The second required component is when they're actually with me, do they have a desire to stay and exchange services, money for fixing my car, money for burgers, whatever. And then the third part is, do we have the expertise to deliver what we say we're going to? And the vast majority of business owners in this country only live in that last space of, I have the expertise. And that is incredibly important. We live in a world now where if you're not doing quality work, you might as well not show up. And as I'm speaking out there to the mechanics and the people in the auto world that want to create their own entity, it normally starts with, I'm doing good work and not getting celebrated for it. Either I'm not getting compensated right for it, I'm not getting the appreciation I should for it, and therefore I want to go into my own space to do it. So all of those mentalities that you have, that how you wish it was, you need to bring those with you. Like, I'm going to treat my lead mechanics this way, and I'm going to want to make sure that they get paid in this fashion for this types of duties. So you never want to discount that. What the initial problems that you're living through now and those feelings, they're real. Sure, some of them might be specific to you, but in general, many other people have them as well in terms of the way you're treated and compensated. Because we all are individuals, we're all people, and we all want to have positive relationships. So then the question goes from, I have this skill set, I'm really good at this, this is my expertise. How do I get people to want to come to my business, and how do I get people to actually buy it? And that's before we even get into these problems of how do we have the parts to fix it? Because obviously what we're dealing with is a wide array of problems that now get thrown into your plate by having it. Not to mention we need to pay rent for whatever our garage is or our dealership is. So the first thing that you're going to want if you're looking at creating a new business is figuring out what's going to make you different. What do you do that you like doing? Is it a specific brand of car, a specific type of repair? What is that thing that resonates with you that you can do better than where you're at now? And it might just be, I can do it all better and I will treat everyone better along the way. That's totally fine. But you need to kind of hammer it in that first.
Yeah.
What wants to be the soul of your business? What is driving you? And your partnership group. Because the other reality is you're probably not going to do this yourself. And that's not a problem. So you're going to be creating your own baby here in this business. But the simple fact is that while we're great in the product repair side of the business, very rarely are we great in everything. So inevitably, we're going to need to be partnered up, whether they're equity partners or employees, that people that are good in other areas. So is someone going to be able to run the purchasing side of it for the parts that need to come in, and possibly also be the face of the company for answering the phone calls for scheduling? That's normally the introductory spot for when we see people who are creating their own garages. So they're going to have an assistant, sometimes it's a girlfriend, sometimes it's a wife, that basically is going to run the internet, get me the parts I need, pick up the phone when the customers call up, and get people scheduled. Now, there is 1.5 billion different internet websites that will do some of that stuff for you, or sometimes even all of it. What I recommend to everyone is find the thing that works for you. Don't be afraid to try something, and if it doesn't work out, go away from it. That's not the end of the world. You're not marrying the internet site you're buying your website from. So don't try to feel that if you made a slip up that it's not going to work.
Yeah.
But in essence, if you figure out the passion of what makes me want to do this, what makes me going to be good at this, that's the first step. Because then it just becomes, how do I let other people feel the same feelings I have? There's millions of ways to do that. And that's going to be kind of dependent upon your local area, obviously, and who you're trying to get as your clientele. So you just go, well, where does my normal person interact with? Do they go on Twitter a lot? Do they go on Facebook a lot? Or they listen to this radio station, that radio station? And you just kind of create a little ways that are inexpensive where I can reach out to people. And those tend to be the best starting points. Twitter ads, YouTube ads, Facebook ads. And all it really is someone holding a phone in front of you, filming you, doing something you want. I am not saying you are making a Super Bowl commercial here. You're just being really basic. This is me. This is why I'm building this. Come check out our garage.
Yeah.
And then basically you have done the first step. You have shown people you exist and given them a reason to come check you out.
Mm-hmm.
Number two is, for some guys, a big problem. For some guys, it's nothing. It's a personality thing. You got to keep your space clean for where the clients are going to come in. You need to have at least some type of showroom interaction space that's clean. Yes, the rest of your garage is going to have oil all over the place and all the muck and the grime. That's fine. You need to have at least one clean space. And again, I get some guys have that down to a T, and some guys are like, Joe, that's the stupidest idea I ever had. It's a requirement. You just got to suck up and deal with it. I'm sorry, it's the cost of doing business. But in there, that's normally where you have your front desk person, and they could be doing all the internet stuff that I just said. In terms of your pricing, this is where most people get really scared. They will undercharge in the beginning because they're trying to essentially buy clients, if you will. And that's 100% what not to do. That will kill you before you even start. You need to put prices appropriate to what you're doing. So at the end of the day, you have knowledge, you have passion, and you have skills. Make sure that your labor rate that you are charging, obviously you're charging for the parts as well, is in conjunction to what the rate for your area is. And it probably should be at least 10% higher. And the reason for that is multifold. First, when you charge more, people inherently have this thought process, they must be better. And let me tell you firsthand, if you were actually going to go through this process, go on your own, create your own business, you are better, period. So charge it. And once you do that, you actually will have a client base that will naturally start developing. The second thing you do is, after you deliver your product, I've just finished up repairing your car, have your person who's in charge of parts also give a call to that individual who you just serviced, that customer, and ask for referrals. Say, hey, we just fixed up your car. How's it driving? Is it feeling good? Is there anyone else you know that has a car like yours? They don't need to have the exact same BMW, but they need to have the same style of car. And the next thing you know, you either have a shop full of Escalades and Suburbans, or you have a shop full of sports cars. And then you can even more specialize. Say, hey, we're the SUV destination. Not only do we fix the thing up, we can pimp it out like Jay-Z if you want. And you do whatever element you want to become specialized in. Some people obviously do body work, drive shaft, whatever you're the best at, you do. And the thing is, the more specialized you get, the more you can charge on the back end. So you see how growth then can come easily. You can't hire more people if you don't have money to hire them. You can't have the money if you don't charge more people. And you can't charge more people if they aren't there. Starting point. What is my passion? Tell people about it. They'll get there. Charge at least 10% more on your labor rates. That will give you the money. Then once you have a customer base, figure out what you keep doing for people and specialize in it. If 60% of your clients are all doing basically the same thing, specialize in it. And obviously, the more intense the work is in terms of difficulty of doing, the better. A routine oil change is nice. You'll get money for it. But overhauling a customized package is obviously certainly better. So that's the real quick breadth overview of how this can be done. And it all starts with the confidence of knowing you got this and being able to articulate it and have that soul within you of having it come out.
Yeah, absolutely motivational, because you touched on one of the first things you touch on is the appreciation. And that's what a lot of mechanics don't feel when they're working in a large garage environment, particularly dealerships, because they come there and they put out their best, and the payment system that is there, the compensation system or the commission system that is there right now doesn't allow them to feel that sense of warmth and appreciation that, they are valued. So a lot of them just say, you know what, the hell with this, they're moving on. Another thing you also mentioned is that it's very easy for them to move on and to start their own, because when you're talking about a motor vehicle, it has so many components to start a niche market. You can specialize in just oil changes. You can specialize in brakes. You can specialize in transmission. You can specialize in air conditioning. You can specialize in upholstery. There are so many components of the vehicle itself that you can go ahead and say, hey, I'm the guy who is the specialist in this. Come to me and I'll let it work. Another aspect of it is that starting the business in today's environment is so much easier. It's not like before where you will need this large, elaborate brick and mortar situation. A lot of guys start doing it, just build their client base on social media alone, because you have so many guys out there, DIY mechanics, who just go out there and they're giving examples of how to do certain things in aspects. I've seen guys who move from 0 to over 100,000 subscribers on YouTube alone just by doing basic work and putting the information out there, and then they're able to move into their own garage and have those very same clients coming to them to have their car serviced. So one of the aspects is, don't be afraid to go out there and take the risk, because it is necessary.
Yeah, absolutely. And to that point, so sometimes people get the fear of, if I show people how to do this, they're not going to come to me. But the reality is actually the opposite. They're going to get a great appreciation if they try this. So think about how few people in this country can actually change their tires. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not a super complicated process.
Yeah.
Lift the car off the ground, spin it a couple times, pop off 2 different tires. Most people cannot do that. Like they just won't allow themselves to do it. And having seen you on YouTube showing them how to do it creates an actual bond that you don't get with any other form of advertising. It shows that you're an expert, you know how to do this. They've heard your voice a little bit, they've seen how you work, and they're like, you know what? I'm comfortable going to this guy. I mean, it might not have worked for me doing what he said, but that's not the point. Point is, I interacted with him, even if it's watching him, and now I feel more comfortable and I'm more likely to go to him than somewhere else. Yeah. And the other thing that's coming around the corner here that I don't think it's really a shock to anyone is the economy is about to get really, really bad. Yeah. And if you can be one of these guys that can say, hey, I can get you X more years out of your car by doing this, and not just saying that, hey, it's not going to fall off the road, like it'll still be functional, but I can make it feel young again. I can give your car a facelift. Like, that is something that the market will be wanting, because the ability to go out and buying the new car is going to diminish, but people still like having that feeling of newness. And if you can do like, hey, I can reupholster your car, maybe tint some windows here, give it a new scheme for, affordable amount, that's a built-in niche that is out there right now that people will really be able to take advantage of, and it'll be there for a while.
Yeah. It is that aspect of it. But if I should go a little bit further into the dealership environment itself, and most mechanics who are working in other industries, say for instance aviation, they're currently doing engineering, they're working in other industries that applies a little bit of the mechanics, but most of them started out working at a dealership, and they are able to get all that experience and training from both the manufacturer and the dealership itself, the hands-on situation, and they're able to, adopt into those particular environments. Because I said it from time to time, engineers build and the mechanics are the ones who keep this world moving, right? And the appreciation is basically not there, because every single thing, let me give you a perfect example. Every single thing that you're benefiting from right now was brought to you by a truck driver.
Yes. 100%.
100%. Everything that you have, you go on Amazon, everything you already, the truckers are the ones who bring the items from state to state and from continent, well, from country to country, from Mexico to the United States to here in Canada. However, the mechanics are the one who keep those vehicles on the roads. Because if it breaks down, you have mobile mechanics out there working in treacherous conditions to get that truck moving again in order to get that bread on the table for you. You understand? And so forth. So it's just that the appreciation aspects of it. However, but when they're working in the dealership environment, and I saw it on your website where the leadership aspect of it coming in terms of the new leadership type, they're not as experienced as before, where persons will actually go to school and learn about managing people, managing different aspects of the business itself, learn the business plan, learn how to do a SWOT analysis. It's as easy as that. However, how do we transition that information down to, the mechanics and say, look, you can do this too by building your own. And by building your own, you'll be doing a great contribution to the wider society by employing an apprentice to come and work with you, because there's no mastery without an apprentice, because you'll be paying it forward as always, because there's always to find a way how to give back, not only to think about yourself, but also because you're keeping so many people safe on the roads on a day-to-day basis, you also play a vital part to the society itself. However, in the dealership environment, we don't see that, because you have, nepotism is running rife in the dealership environment. A guy gets at the executive position, when you check his background, he's never been in that particular situation before. He was a used car salesman somewhere else. But a dealership environment is totally different, because you have to keep abreast of the ever-changing environment that is out there and the constant government regulations that keep coming in. Because look at it now, and I may be going off tandem a bit, but various governments across the world are now giving mandates to manufacturers to say, look, after 2035, we should have no more ICE vehicles on the road. That is ICE meaning that internal combustion engines. We're all gonna go electric, and then they have to be scampering right now to find the raw materials to build these cars, find the expertise to maintain these cars on the road. And then it's also looking at in every advantage there's a disadvantage. In everything you do, there's a cause and effect, because building those cars, you have to find the materials from somewhere else, and that is also eroding the environment itself. However, mechanics, it comes all the way back to the mechanics. At the end of the day, they are the ones who are going to maintain those vehicles and keep them on the road and running for us to live the lives that we want to live. So I just wanted to throw that out there, to have everyone understand how important we are all connected into this situation.
Oh, absolutely. There's no doubt about that. Everything you just said is 100% right. And quite frankly, trying to get rid of the internal combustion engine is probably going to be not as green economically as they think it will be.
Yeah.
That's a side story. It's very hard to mine lithium in a green fashion. It's actually better what comes out of your emissions than that process. Exactly. But that's a digression. To answer your question about being appreciated in your workplace and with your work, you already have that as being in the dealership world and seeing what they're doing wrong. As someone who's going to go out and create their own garage or their own empire here. So what I would say to that is essentially remember what they were doing wrong to you and how you would want to replace it. Because the majority of things, as being the mechanic and creating your own garage, there's a lot of latitude in what you can make. You can 100% control how you treat your employees. I mean, you can be completely nice and kind, or you can be a bastard. Either option's on the table, and we see the directions that don't work. So what really happens is, why do people not feel appreciated? Well, in general, it's because you get someone from the outside telling you how to do your business and not appreciating you having your insights and how to do it. So yes, there is some mechanical things, like it has to be done in this order and this is the work that needs to be done. But there's also a lot of latitude, as any guy will know when they're working on their cars and various other projects. I can feel it the way I want to do it, as long as it gets back in the right assembly order and it's working at the end of the day. Does it really matter? Like how I felt like doing it, or the order or whatever. So as long as it's all good, and where people can create a culture there where they are appreciated, is you give people who are experienced and expertise the ability to show it. So as you're going through teaching someone beyond you, your apprentice example, you gradually give them more and more opportunity to present themselves, more and more opportunity. And it probably will not be exactly how you did it. And at the end of the day, you need to have the appreciation to say it works, and that's what matters. Now, if they're doing something that's patently wrong, you obviously need to correct that. I'm not trying to say you can cut corners here, but I'm saying there are different ways to do different things. And you let people explore it. And then you might say after the fact, you did it this way, I would have recommended it this way. Or you might have just learned a way better way of doing it that you never thought of, that just got taught to you. And guess what happens? You've now just listened to your apprentice, and you have made him feel much better off. And it's now an environment where he's respected and cared about because he can contribute to it. He's not just a cog in the machine where he's just tightening gears. He's actually giving insight to how to make the projects better. And that's really how you build a culture. You trust the people around you. And secondarily on that note, this kind of goes underlying, and it's assumptive in there. You have to be hiring someone who's going to replace you across the board, because at some point you're going to get sick, you're going to need to go to a funeral, and do you want your entire business to shut down because you weren't there? And this is a mistake that a lot of first-time business owners have. They get so worried about expenses that they lose track of revenue. The most important thing in this entire equation is revenue. Whether it's coming from the same 3 customers over and over again or 5 million customers, revenue is more important than expenses. So if you can hire people that lead to more revenue, you want to ultimately hire as many of them as possible, because that's how you grow. And that is a mindset shift that needs to exist in every business owner, because if you're constantly worried about the size of the checks you're cutting out the door over what's coming in the door, you are destining yourself for failure. So that's a common mistake that every company makes, and it's something that you can avoid up front by just be willing to say, hey, I'm going to be willing to hire an extra guy that I might not be able to afford right now, but I'm going to trust that he's going to get good enough, he's going to get better, and at the end of the day, he'll be able to run this place one day, or maybe at least for 6 months. He'll be able to at least help me with 6 extra cars.
Exactly.
That
is definitely encouraging, because I've done a number of articles and videos on how challenging it is to find mechanics, but also that the younger generation, the youth, the guys fresh out of high school, they don't want to get into the industry as well. So dealerships have to be going into the high schools. I've done a story where dealerships have to go into the high school and sponsor programs, getting young men to start learning the basics of mechanics, and hopefully they have the scholarship programs allows them to come into the dealership to get a job, and then the dealership will send them on to automotive school to get the necessary required certification and everything else. So before we go, what would you say to something like that, encouraging the young men mostly, but the younger generation? So because everybody can do the job these days, how would you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is specific to guys in the way our biology brain is built. We live in a world that wants to become more and more digital. You want to sit on your phone, you want to play on your screens, and there's certainly a place for that. I'm not trying to diminish that wholesale, but there is a need, like I said, especially in men, to do analog activities, something where you're actually creating something, where I showed at the beginning of the day, and by the end of the day, I made a material change and I can see what happened. And you don't get that from typing up a Word document in the same way that you get from fixing a transmission or from replacing a front end of a damaged vehicle.
Exactly.
And there is something that society is irrevocably failing and lying when they say that that's not important. As a man, it's almost a need on the same level as any of the other basic needs a young man can think that they want dash need at this point in their life. Fixing things with your hands is one of them. And it will give you so much long-term joy, it's not even funny. Plus, because you're going against the grain, if you will, from what your other peers are doing, inherent economics of supply and demand mean that you will, which is already true right now in Pennsylvania, be paid more than lawyers.
Yeah.
So you get to do something that's better for your mind and your soul.
And your soul,
and you get more money. I mean, there's not too many situations.
Keeps you active, keeps you very active.
It will. It will be better for your mind, your soul, and all the rest of it.
There is, and
you're
this is something encouraging, and I may sound a little bit irrational here, but I've hardly seen overweight mechanics. They're all in good physical shape.
Yeah, I mean, you're moving around
you're
all the time.
moving around, yeah.
And
you're
it's
lifting
the way
heavy
it is.
stuff. Yeah, it is the way it is. Yes. So even though it's tiresome, but your mind is always at work. So I mean,
you're constantly solving problems and you're doing things, and that's part of the culture you want to create. Because the downside of this is what the dealerships do, where they just put you into doing one robotical thing over and over again. And this is why I would encourage someone to work for more than a dealership who's going to put you in that system. If it's a smaller dealership where you're doing multiple things all the time, that's what you want, or a garage, whatever the case may be. But something where you're doing a breadth of different activities.
Yeah.
And all of the jobs, I know this is specific about auto, but all of the jobs that have this common thread are what you see we're running out of. All of the tradesmiths, all of the plumbers, electricians, carpenters, there's less and less of them. But this is actually what makes, especially a man's soul, thrive. And it's something that, like I said, that's not a politically correct thing to say, but it's true. It's the way that it is. And if I were out there, I would absolutely say that. I have a nephew who's right now, he's 2 years away from going to college, and he wants to become a welder. And I'm telling him this, and to the young people out there, I'm just like, if you want to learn how to be a welder, that's cool, but why don't you consider doing it in the Marines, where you get to be paid to be a Marine, paid to run around, but then after 4 years, you get the whole veteran service the rest of your life.
Yeah.
And the same thing is true with mechanics. It's not like they don't need their Humvees fixed. In fact, actually, what do you think is a better way of training? Fixing up a tank or anything else? So
yeah.
I recommend that to anyone out there who's in the state of.
And welders right now are in high demand here in Toronto. Very high demand. Yeah.
I don't want to be sitting in a lecture hall and having to write papers all the time, because that's just stupid. Well, you're probably right. It's probably not the right fit for you. Get paid a ton of money. Don't have any education debt on your soul, and then get to do something awesome and productive for the rest of your life.
For the rest of your life. No student debt.
Exactly. And if you're able to treat people well along the way, you'll be absolutely perfect, and you'll have yourself whatever direction you want to take your life, you'll have full control over it. And I guess this is my final thought, probably the most important element behind it. Skills are what get people paid. Theories do not. And most people go to college or university to get a theory, and that doesn't get you paid. Skills do, and that's it.
Word to the wise.
As I said, I would strongly encourage anyone that's young, anyone who's, you don't have to be young. I mean, that's the other part.
No,
like there's this myth that you have to do that.
No,
but there are so many guys at jobs right now that they're sitting in front of a desk. They're just feeling empty. There's just not a better way to say it. And working with your hands solves so much of that. So much of that. And, for whatever reason, people don't appreciate that. But I got to tell you, that's going to change, because it fixes this emptiness and need that people have. And I strongly encourage anyone who's sitting out there, maybe not in the automotive world right now, but listening and thinking about, what would it be like to become a mechanic, to look into it, because obviously the money will be nice, but the intangible perks that people don't realize what they're signing up for when they go to law school or
Mechanics are in high demand right now. And even plumbers, you call a plumber here in Toronto, it takes sometimes 2 to 3 days for them to come to you while your pipe is gushing or your basement is being flooded out. That's how short, that's the type of shortage we're facing over here right now. And then if you look around, you have, I'm not sure how it is there in Pennsylvania, but downtown Toronto, you have a skyscraper, a condominium building, apartment building going up on every single corner. And then if you look into that, they all have elevators. And if you look into that, there's a shortage of elevator mechanics. Who's going to repair and maintain and work on those when they break down? You get what I'm saying? So people are not seeing the bigger picture. And that is why it is also with us men. We are the ones who are able to see the bigger picture and have the vision and look into things 10, 15, 20 years from now and say, okay, this is what is going to happen. Years from now, I need to start doing this. But only a few can capitalize on it. And that is why, you have so much of a disparity between the rich and the poor, because guys were able to take action years ago and reap the fruits of the benefits now. And we're encouraging a lot of people, look, get into this situation, try to learn X, Y, Z to see how much we can capitalize on this in the near future. And we have to encourage our younger generation, especially young men, to say, try to take advantage of what is happening now. Forget about content creating and becoming an influencer, because if you're not using your hands, you're going to be left behind. And you said that so passionately earlier, which, I can't emphasize it much more than how you put it together.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. And this, you look at any time there's an opportunity, it's not going to be just for you. I mean, that's the other part of this is you did a very good job of articulating the need for mechanics, how everything in our lives come via a truck and it's always transported to us. But it also is going to enhance everyone in our friend circle and our family circle, because the more successful you are, the more it bleeds to those around you. You become inherently confident when you build a business. You become inherently confident when I just fixed something that was literally destroyed before I started, and now it's running. Like, people couldn't figure out why this engine wasn't going, and now I got it going, 90 miles an hour down the highway. Well, that was because of me. And there's great success and accomplishment you get from that you don't get from, I fixed the stock report, I made 2% extra this year. You don't get that. You get that from working with your hands and solving problems. And to the guys who are experiencing the work culture problem, you fix that by empowering those around you. And the thing is that empowering the apprentices around you ends up being the same type of thing, just with relationships. Your result isn't now the car is running when it wasn't running before. It's now I taught this person who's under me how to have a better life, and this is the skill set foundation they can build that life upon. At the end of the day, they have something that they can, no matter how comes hell or high water, he can go and fix a transmission, and there's always going to be a car that needs a transmission fixed. So something might not go perfect and he might have a downtime, but at least I know he has a skill that'll be able to get him out of this no matter what. And computer engineering might not be it. YouTube content creating will not be it. But being able to fix things and build things will be it.
Will be it. Yeah. On a final note, we have in Toronto here, we have tire season. I know it's also available over there in the States in the harsh winter conditions. You have to change out your seasonal tires to your winter tires, and it's big business. And they advertise every single year for apprentices to just come in and then just change out tires. All they're doing is swapping tires in and out, in and out. You have guys here who just do it seasonally as well. They open their garage 3 months a year, just changing tires, close down back until the following year, but they make so much money just by swapping tires alone. All right. And the other point I wanted to make on my YouTube channel, I have a series called How Engineers Keep Mechanics Miserable. I came up with that title just to be mischievous. However, if you look at how the cars are manufactured, but they're manufactured based on project managers who put together a project, and they have to do the operational accounting system to try to cut costs as much as possible. So they fit engines and try to do the transmission and the front end parts in such a tightly knit space because they're trying to cut down on costs. However, the mechanics are the ones who have to go into those tight spaces to remove and replace those parts. And they show you on those videos every single day, look, this is absolute bullshit. I have to do this, and this to get to this. And I'm only getting paid only $20 an hour. And this is a 4-hour job. This makes no sense. So I have a number of them that I've put there just to show individuals, these are what they have to do to keep you safe. This is what they have to do, the different processes they have to do in order to get to a particular part. And some of these items actually make no sense, but it brings to light exactly the day-to-day aspect of their jobs and what they have to do in order to keep us moving. So that I just wanted to finalize and finish off on that.
I hope you also highlight in there at some point the stupid things the government makes them do that has actually no practical benefit to it. I mean, you went through how the engineers do it, but some of what they have to do, unfortunately, is mandated to them by laws, by politicians who really don't know all that much when it really comes said and done. So I do hope you spotlight that every once in a while. But I love the title because it's true. It's really, really true.
Okay, I'm glad I entertained a lot of people with it. I've been getting a lot of reviews on it, and it's absolutely entertaining for some. But Joe, I want to thank you very much. This has been a very enlightening conversation. Hopefully my audience will take away a lot and apply it to them as much as possible. And I look forward to us continuing conversations such as these, because one thing you can't take away from, well, especially persons like yourself, is the knowledge that you have to share for us, and we really appreciate it.
Well, I thank you. I hope that we gave value to people out there, and anyone who is thinking about creating their own shop, anyone who's looking for advice about how to create their own business, and that's really what we do at elitebusinessconversations.com. So reach out to us. We'll have a little 10-minute chat, and then we'll see what direction we could be and see if we'd be a good fit for each other.
Definitely. So Joe, thank you again, and I wish you all the best, and hopefully you have as many clients as possible to keep their business going.
That's the goal. Whatever you're doing the descriptions, whether it be YouTube or audio, what you want to do is just the first 3 sentences kind of summarizing everything with all the keywords you want to have in it. And ideally a couple of emotional adjectives, like frustration, aggravation, happiness, joy, whatever the stuff that the episode's conveying. And then immediately after those 3 sentences, I write timestamps, but I guess you don't have to. But the way you do timestamps, it always starts with 00:00 as like a starting point. Then whatever the title of the episode is goes right there. And then carrying on throughout the episode, every 2 to 4 minutes or so, whenever the topic shifts, you say whenever that conversation began, you put that timestamp in. So say it happened at the 2:34, you would write 02:34, and then the new title for what that is. And what that gives is a more opportunity for Google to find you. It's all about Google's search engine, and they made it that if the words the first 100 characters after a timestamp are treated the exact same way as a title. So it makes it way more likely people will find it. And it makes it also those little dots you see on the bottom of YouTube shows come from this. This is how you make them. And incredibly beneficial. Can't say enough about it. Like I said, for me, it's exploded the amount of people have found us. So it works. And it also gives you things looking back of what part do people like and why do they like it, so you can guide your future episodes.
Yeah. Just put titles to the different timestamps in it.
And keep them about 50 to 70 characters or so is kind of the sweet spot. So there's enough that you can write stuff, but they're also not super long. Throw an emoji or 2 in there too. For some reason, people like those.
A lot to unpack. Joe, I want to thank you. Really appreciate it.
Well, I hope that it helps. And like I said, I really hope that there's a couple of guys out there who are able to start their own. Because I was in that same spot of I wasn't appreciated at all. I hated my work. And, if it can discourage one other guy to say, you know what, I'm doing my own thing and I'm going to make a better culture for guys around me. That's a ripple effect that you can't measure.
And I thank you very much, Joe. Jonathan, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I've been looking forward to sit and have a talk with you for the longest while because I know you have a lot to share with us today.
Yeah, well, I'll do my best to try to give you the skinny of it. But
I'm sure it'll be very interesting, Jonathan. Don't hold back. So basically, just introduce yourself. Let us know exactly who you are, what your experiences are. How did you start out?
First off, I want to say only cops, teachers, and my mom call me Jonathan. Everybody else, you can call me Jojo.
Jojo. Okay, Jojo, yeah. Going forward.
But I started off in 91. Just by chance, a buddy of mine from high school, his mom was a licensing clerk at John Logan Chev here in Brampton on Queen Street. It used to be an old Chevy dealer, Chev Oldsmobile dealer for the longest time. Mm-hmm. I got in there washing cars in the used car lot for one summer. And then that winter, they're looking for an oil change guy. I was getting paid at the time on the lot. I think I was maybe getting paid $10 an hour in 91.
901. Yeah. Well, it's not much different now because
but that was just the lot guy, right? But
yeah. But the minimum wage isn't far off. So
no, but it's like higher now. It's got to be like 14 something, right?
Yes, right. No, yeah, $14. Yeah.
But so then the opening came up in the shop for an oil change guy, and of course that was another $1 or $2 more, which is as a young man, you're trying to get as much scratch and loot together as you can. So then I took that, and then eventually, of course, an opening came. They asked me, my shop foreman asked me if I wanted to be an apprentice. And even as an oil change guy, you feel like when you first start, you realize all these mechanics are it's imposing because you're in the shop with all these guys and they're all looking out for you because they don't want you to mess up. And but some guys can be very vocal, and when they want to get their point across, they're literally yelling at you or swearing at you to try to tell you something. But that's just the way people talk. But in this, I find that when you start off at the bottom like that, you got to take the shit that they're gonna pick on you because you're the new guy and you don't know shit because you're just changing oil, and you hopefully you don't forget to put a drain plug in or oil filter on properly and that nonsense. But when I got in and I realized, at first it's hard because you think you're not going to fit in as just an oil change guy, and then you got to show them. I think they want to see if they test your mettle. They want to see if you're just here for a job or if you really want to do this for something to do as a career. You know what I mean? They want to, because they probably see this all the time. And I realize that now too, as a mechanic, you realize you see kids that come in and some have the ambition and like that crazy passion. They want to do this. You can see it, right? It's almost like, oh man, I remember being like that. You talk about the car you want to own, and when you have enough money one day, or you build the car of your dreams or whatever. But after a while, when they accept you, you feel like, it's finally something like you've accomplished. And then you start having to prove yourself, not only by what you do in the shop, but when you get your apprenticeship, you have to also upkeep your education part of it, and your half of the contract you sign with the dealership. Well, I went through the dealership, and there's another aspect, which is I found I've been always a dealership guy. So there's two types of mechanics, I think, in this trade, as far as what kind of workplace they choose to start at or stay in. So there's small shops, big shops, or private owned shops, and then there's dealerships, right? And I think if you're lucky enough to get into a dealership, what I like about that is that they have everything for you. Like, you're used to the uniforms, the dental, the health benefits, all that stuff, right?
Yes.
But when you work in a small shop, you get to see a lot more vehicles. You get now working in a small shop, I realize that there's a lot of cars I've never even driven. I worked on more Mercedes, Audis, and BMWs in the last 3 weeks I've been at this place than I have in my whole career.
Yeah, because when you work in a small shop or a large shop, they don't specialize. Well, some specialize, but
Right.
for the majority of the time, they will take anything that comes through.
Anything they can get.
Yeah.
And this place I'm working at now, I want to give them props. It's Surefire Automotive. They're really good guys. Tim and Scott, two brothers. Funny enough, their last name's Rice, like Filipino eat rice. So, but no, guys are really good for a small shop. They're so busy, and I've always wondered about small shops. How do they survive?
Yes,
but they're smart. They have a big contract with I'm not going to say the name of the company.
Yeah. They usually go for fleet companies and try to secure contracts.
Right. Yeah, one that's really big, and it's a big construction company here in Brampton. I'm not going to say the name, but
yeah,
that one of them. But having said that, like I think also too, when you work at a dealership, you're going to be that kind of a specialized guy where you're going to be a Toyota guy, a Ford specialist, a BMW, Mercedes, and and in most of the dealerships, I think for the most part are flat rates. So there's another aspect of a mechanic is you get paid hourly, you get paid, or do you go for the flat rate, which is mostly dealership life?
Yeah.
And that can really it can be lucrative, but it can really be tough in the days like, Christmas, when the kids go back to school, that kind of, it can be up and down paychecks where you're living like one week, 1 month, even you could be just like dragging in all kinds of hours. And then the next month comes September, that when the kids go back to school, you can barely make 40 hours a week if you're lucky.
Yeah. There are certain professions like mechanics, real estate agents, insurance is like feast and famine. So yeah, the markets go up and down and determine whether or not you go home with something healthy.
But on the dealership thing too, staying on the dealerships, what's weird is that everybody in the dealership gets paid either hourly or salary except the mechanics.
Yes, that's true.
What I think happens, and I'm not saying this for the most part, but a lot of guys, and I think that's where they get the bad name, is because flat rate doesn't pay much for warranty stuff if you're having to deal with warranty too. CP hours is different. But
it's different, yeah.
I think that forces a lot of guys to cut corners and not as do a good a job as you'd want them to be or would expect them to do at any dealership, right?
Yeah.
So, but I think if everybody was hourly or salary, I think there'd be less pressure on mechanics to try to make like hours or try to, you know what I mean? Because as a flat rate mechanic, if you're not making 60 hours or more, like 40, 50 hours, you're like, wow, that was a crap week,
Yeah.
Like guys pulling so it can be good at the dealership. I'm not saying it's not, but unless you're lucky enough to be at a place where all the work's distributed evenly.
Well, we're gonna get a little bit more into that, but you continuing on the line. You said you started out at a small shop and then the
dealership. Then I went. Now
you started out at the dealership.
Yeah.
Right. At what point at what point did you get to be a certified mechanic?
I think I was licensed in 97 or 96, one of those two.
Okay, so it's 5 to 6 years after you originally started.
Yeah, because I did a 4-year. I did the MAP 32 program, which is your old 32 weeks at the GMASEP at Centennial College.
Right.
And GMASEP is General Motors Automotive Service Education Program. That's what it stands for. And you do 8 weeks in school, and then you go back to the dealership for 8 weeks. So that starts like in September, and then you only do those 2 intakes you do in one fiscal year. Then you wait the next year, and then you do another 8 weeks in school, and then 8 weeks at the dealership.
Okay.
Right. And you do that 4 times. You do that once a year for 4 years to get your 32 weeks.
Yes.
And have enough. Once you get, I forget how many hours it took me to get enough hours to be able to write your ticket or the test, because they required, even after you finished college and graduated, you had to have so many hours in the shop.
Uh-huh.
Like, right. And then by then, when I wrote, it was like 96. So yeah, it was about, yeah, I've been licensed since then. So, and then stayed at Chevy, Oldsmobile, mostly GM, because I did that. That was the schooling. Centennial College. It's either, excuse me, I don't know now if I know they have way more programs, but then it was just GM, Ford. I think there was a Volkswagen program. Canadian Tire was under the tunnel on the other side.
Yeah.
But like, then I think I moved out of the GM domestics in 05 to Toyota in Georgetown. I did Georgetown Toyota for another, I don't know, 4 or 5 years.
Okay.
And I got into Lexus sometime. No, I only did Georgetown Toyota for 2.5 years, maybe 2.5. Because yeah, I got into Lexus around 07 and stayed there for almost 10 years. And then from there to Meadowvale, and then Meadowvale to Air Canada finally. And then COVID hit.
Yeah.
And then last year since COVID, I've been scrambling to find a job where I'm happy with the place. It's not a far drive and the money is good. Well,
yeah,
that's not always the case, right? You can't always check off all the boxes in that space.
Yeah, that's true. Because I tell a lot of people that small shops tend to find a way how to survive, right? Because they have to be really, really and truly innovative to stay in the lane. And the cake is big enough for everyone to survive, because once a person purchases a car from a dealership and leaves, right, 99.9% of the time they don't return to the dealership, especially after the warranty is up. Yeah. Once the warranty is expired, and then they weigh the cost benefit of going back to the dealership, because the dealership has painted an image that they're expensive, which sometimes they're not expensive. The rates are the same. The labor rates across are the same, but the problem with the dealerships is the leadership, right? They're not concentrating on the after sales to keep the customer coming and, you know, increasing their absorption rate. But that's another story tonight, right? So it's all about you. But what we're gonna do is we want you to explain to us, how has operations changed over the years since you started out?
I can't tell you how many different general managers and service managers I've seen at different places come through, like parts managers. It's by the time you get used to one manager and get up to the way they want things done, they're gone sometimes before you, like for me in certain places that I worked at, not all of them, but you end up having to see like different managers. So you have to work with people that are above you that run the place differently than the last guy did.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, it's a leadership problem. That's what's facing the industry.
Where it in sometimes, and you know, it's such a power play at dealerships, man. You got people like that are, you know, like as a mechanic, I wasn't as ambitious as some people, but some people want to be the shop foreman, and then all the shop foreman, they want to be the service manager, and after the service manager, they want to be the general manager. That's great. I mean, but you don't have to step all over people to get to there. You know what I mean? That's what happens, I think, a lot. And people, well, it's, you know, it's like money. That's what's that saying? People before money or something, or wealth before, right?
Yeah.
But it's in a lot of the dealership places, like that's what it is. It's like cutthroat. Even mechanics, like as flat rate mechanics, guys will screw you over for a freaking brake job.
Yeah.
If you're tight with them and you don't know them, or they're new in the shop or whatever. It's like I can't tell you how many times I've almost got into it with somebody because
it sounds to me like nothing has changed basically, because that's the culture. That's the culture in the dealership environment.
Well, actually, now you say it, a lot of places don't have what's like they used to call it a tower operator that used to or a dispatcher that would give
dispatcher. Right?
Now everything's done by computer, but that still gets manipulated somewhere down the line above the guys that are getting the work. So don't believe all this that, you know, oh, that's computer that dishes out the work. Sometimes there's more to it than that.
No, guys know how to get in the system and bypass work. And it goes down to they pick and choose the work they want, right?
right?
And yeah.
I mean,
I remember one time they have to keep changing the function in the system in order for it to force the mechanic to take the works that's available. Yeah.
You can't hit C to change.
Exactly. I remember. Yeah.
Because I know guys, and I never even knew that existed in the shop, the 3350 screen.
Yes. Yeah.
On Reynolds and Reynolds, anyways, or Era.
Our Era,
right?
yeah. Era, Reynolds, and then the CDK, which was formerly ADP. Yeah.
Right. So, but I mean, it was funny because it was weird how guys that were mechanics knew how to use the computer and almost literally, jump in and out, or they just sign off. That was the easiest way. They just sign out.
Yeah.
Wait till somebody would locate a next job.
And then sign back in.
And then, oh, look, he got that job. And there's a Mayday screen where you'll see, right? And I don't know if you know that one in the shop, it'll show a Mayday screen. So if there's like a waiter or a job that's not gone into the shop, guys will see, and it'll show you the RO, and it'll show you suggesting or working.
Or working, yeah.
Job. So you'll know, and that's what these guys did. They manipulated. There's some
so it basically goes to it basically goes to the next part now. What were some of the challenges you think facing the auto industry right now, both dealerships and shops? Because I want to put both of them together in terms of
First and foremost, tools if you want to get into this trade, man.
Yeah.
If I could go back and do it again, I wouldn't. But if I would do it again and still stay in the trade, because I would try to maybe be a chef if I hadn't known that, or done something that would be something where it would take you away and travel. Like I know your friend there to say he went around different parts of the South Americans. But as a mechanic, it's not really feasible to be able to travel unless you have no people, or your line of your business has got places in different parts of the world. But I would have done something like cook or photography of some sort, like some sort.
So you make it seem like being a mechanic is a unrewarding job.
No, I'm not saying that either. If I could do it over again, my only thing I would change, if I were to stay as a mechanic, would have learned more electrical.
Okay.
I would have. Back when I started, there were still carburetors. There were still a couple of cars. That were just old school, like hardly any electrical. They still had roll up windows,
basic things. Yeah. And then they came in with fuel injection, and and then for the diesel it's injector nozzles, and you'd have to change those. And now everything is now electronic fuel injection.
And now cars are made so that you can't tinker with them either. Like the old days, even my dad would have changed spark plugs and stuff in his own oil in the driveway and stuff.
Yes. I remember doing that. Yeah.
But you can't do that now on any of these vehicles, man. You don't even know where the spark plugs are.
Yeah.
There's just they make it that way. So you have to take it to somebody that knows. Like, I get it. And plus they make cars so compact now. They fit more wires in vehicles now than they ever did too. You think of how much wiring and copper is in every vehicle that's out there rolling around. Like that's tons of wiring.
Wiring everywhere.
Right.
Wiring. So what were some of the challenges you faced personally while working in the dealership?
Well, first of all, you got to finish your schooling. I thought was going to be a cakewalk or like easy. I'm like, I did okay in high school. I thought, how hard can it be to do a mechanic college, for a couple of years? And it's actually harder than I thought. And I was partying a lot then.
Yeah.
I mean, I was partying a lot back then, and I didn't really take it as seriously. So I probably.
Yeah, most younger mechanics they go through the hot rod phase. That's what I call it. Racing cars and working on the cars, trying to party and trying to impress the girls, and you go drag racing and
and you're young. Unless you started late, most of these kids that are becoming mechanics or getting apprenticeships or in school now at Centennial College are probably in their early 20s, if not late 1920s now, trying to get in.
Try to get in, yeah.
because even like some of the guys I've worked with are like younger. When I say younger, I'm 54 next month, but they're like 25 years younger than me. I'm old enough to be their dad.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how long were you a mechanic? You know, I'm like, or how old were you when you were a licensed mechanic? And one guy was telling me he was like 20, he was licensed. I'm like, 20?
Yeah.
He grew up in the country though and stuff, right? So I forget what he started working on or how I think it was like a Volkswagen dealer somewhere, but he did Volkswagen, got into diesel, then he did farm equipment, then he got into turbines and electrical generators for like farms and stuff. But he got licensed as a mechanic first.
Yes.
And then he did all this stuff like in that farming industry where it's tractors and all that stuff find on a farm. He's a pretty handy guy because he knows how to run and work on it. And yet and I work with him at Air Canada. So, and he can work on some of the biggest ass machinery you see on the tarmac.
Yeah.
On these Douglases, those English machines that are they're the type of a tractor for airplanes. It picks up the landing gear on the front of his 777.
Okay. Yeah.
Grabs the landing gear in a cradle and it lifts it up. And then the driver actually, once you pick up the wheel and get the landing gear and the plane up, the driver's in the cockpit and the whole thing turns around.
Yeah.
The thing's crazy. It's a Douglas. They're called 109 or anyway, I can't even think the number, but this guy worked on them because I remember the first day at work at Air Canada, I see this guy and I'm like, hey, who's the young apprentice working under the Douglas over there? I'm like, oh, that's Paul. He's like, what do you mean? He's been here almost like 9 years. I'm like, what? That was the guy's story. Like he started off working in the country and stuff. Now he was at Air Canada and he's back there now. He's one of the guys that got called back recently. So, and he's one of my boys. So I'm hoping that, things pick up and the borders pick up a little bit. And then some of the travel, even if it's just domestic,
yeah, it's picking up as the vaccines roll out, more people getting vaccines. It's basically picking up. Yeah.
My wife
we can see the silver lining,
Yeah. My wife got her second shot last week, so she's fully vaccinated now, and she's been trying to book me for my second shot, hopefully in the next 2 weeks, because they opened up a whole bunch of different everywhere now. Like you could just go to call pharmacies randomly now and get your shot.
And get your shot, yeah.
Website.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to get mine too, right? And the only thing that sucked is I didn't even get to use my travel benefits at Air Canada. That's how, because it's a 6-month probation for one. It's the longest probation I've ever seen. And by the time I got past my probation and my travel benefits, it was Christmas and nobody can take holidays around Christmas except for senior guys.
Yes. Right? Yeah, usually like that because they what they do in workplaces like those, you have to pick your vacation a year before, and it's based on seniority. Right. It's based on seniority, and you only have so much slots, right?
Same with ours.
You only have so much slots during a particular period of time. So all the senior guys want to take the holidays off. So by the time it comes around to you, they're all gone.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
Yeah. But it's similar to where I work, so I know.
Yeah, that's my first union. That's another thing. I've never worked in a unionized shop. That was it's still a unionized shop to me because I'm in the shop, right? I'm not.
Yeah.
But it's just that's another experience. Like union, not too many shops out there are union for the auto mechanics. I remember years ago they tried to start one at Lexus and that got shot down.
Yeah. Union have their purpose. There's good and then there's bad, but there must be a middle ground for communication, and as long as they work together, everyone will be happy.
I know, but then I tell you, it's like just another platform for people to bitch. Like some people, like it's like you're already getting, I don't know, paid pretty good, and like if it's a safety thing, I get it, right? You know what I mean? Or somebody danger or something, but there's a lot of stuff. There's so much politics when it comes to unions too, right? I just try not to get involved with it. I'll do my I support it, I do I don't want to be singled out as the sheep that everybody's like, hey man, you didn't put the vote in for the yay or the nay, and then you're like, oh,
Yeah. But let's go back into the dealership. What are some of your suggestions or recommendations you would have for dealerships currently?
I'd say make everybody just hourly. If you want to keep the squabbling and the thievery to a minimum, just so it's not that way, you can concentrate on quality all the time and not having to make a, and I think that's the pressure as a flat rate mechanic. You're worried if you don't make your 80 hours in a week, because some guys are putting in 80, like that's crazy, like to think of. But yeah, I'm not saying it's not impossible and it's not true, honest work. But once you get used to making that kind of money, you can't go back to that too. That's another thing.
Yeah. But there's also another recommendation where it can be about a mix, right? You can do a base salary plus the flat rate, right? So that way they won't feel left out if they don't get enough vehicles coming in. And then the onus and the pressure will be placed on the managers for those departments to increase the turnover going through for basically part, service, and sales. So that can be done, but again, it goes right back to leadership. If the person in charge, the general manager, managing director, doesn't have a set vision as to where the company is to be in the short term, medium term, and long term, then they're going to be in serious problems, right? And in times like this, especially COVID has shown or exposed a lot of the deficiencies currently in how companies are run, because they didn't have defensive mechanisms in place in order to mitigate any challenges like this right now.
Yeah. And again, you know what? I've been in enough dealerships to know they can blow smoke up your ass all day and tell you one thing that, hoorah, this place is great. It's, we'll have our meetings, daily meetings and our little circle jerks and get everybody all amped up.
Yeah.
To sit and make no money. Like, don't piss on my leg. Tell me the sky is raining if we're going to sit around. And yet when I see that as a flat rate mechanic and guys that are paid salary or hourly are getting paid, they get to leave early.
Yeah.
Oh, they make flat rate guys stay even though there's no work, because if a car comes in, you got to work on it. Well, you just let the parts guy go, you let the service advisor go home early on a Friday, and it's no problem. They're paid hourly or salary, whatever. And it's like, where's the, what about me? It's like, that was the one thing I didn't like either, seeing that sort of different kind of treatment. That's all. I don't know. But I don't know. As far as dealerships, what they can do to change, I don't know. I'm not trying to tell anybody how to run their business, man. Change, whether it's one Lexus dealer or to the next Lexus dealer. It's, like you say, it's all about management and ownership and how they run things. Because I'll tell you, there's only one shop that I've been at where it was a really cool vibe, because the owner knew everybody's name by first. And he would talk to you and say good morning to you if he saw you. He wouldn't avoid you, or if you weren't part of the cool kids clique, he didn't say hi to you and shit. No, man, this guy would walk through the shop, say good morning to everybody, like make it a thing to come and say and see you at your toolbox. He wouldn't even he stopped at the front of the shop and just waved at everybody from the door, right? And this man was such an honest man. This place was like, everybody went to the Christmas party. They had Christmas parties back then. You remember those?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Right? It was open bar, your food, and they would give you a $50 taxi chit, and anything above that, if you paid for it, they would give it to you on Monday.
Yeah.
So, or get a hotel room just so you wouldn't drive.
Yeah.
And they had golf tournaments, there was stuff they did. They gave you bonuses for getting like master tech certifications and stuff like that. Right? So there was incentive to keep your education upheld and upgraded, right? I mean, this was one of the few places where when I left, I actually really regret leaving, because that was when I made the jump from GM to Toyota. But in a sense, it was good, because it was I see the domestic to import. There's so much. The import is from a mechanic standpoint makes so much more sense. They're easier to work on.
Yeah.
Right. And they're just, and then even too, like, having said that, you could make more money. I realized afterwards, going to the import side, that holy shit, these guys are busy here. And they're like,
yeah.
you know, and
Because their philosophy is different. Their training is different. Everything, they're trained to stay on top. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but again, having said that, that owner of that dealership that I liked, that was GM, was amazing. And the people I worked with there, it was like a family. Put it this way, when people would leave, they would have a party for this guy to leave, whoever left.
Yeah.
And we would go to the bar across the street because they all knew us over there.
Yeah.
Working at,
yeah.
Right? I mean, that's how you know too, because there's one of the longest places I've worked at there, and then the Lexus dealer. But my buddy that I worked with then is now the shop foreman there still.
Mm-hmm.
And he started there as a co-op kid. So can you imagine, this guy's been in the same shop at this GM dealer for, 30 some odd years. As a co-op kid, he started out, high school. And then
you have quite a few dealerships who have at least 2 or 3 persons who that's where they started out. And they bought their house, they got married, they sent the kids through college. Yeah.
Well, dealerships, I think, are the fact that they're bigger, more bays is another reason why they got to have more apprentices and more mechanics too. Because every time an apprentice gets licensed, now they need a new apprentice, right?
Yeah.
So it's just the chain that gets kind of people going up as they get their license. But
right. But it's dealerships sometimes are like a revolving door. People come, people go. People come, people go. So
if you look on when I was looking for a job, it's the same dealerships that I'm not going to mention the names, that are always looking for a mechanic.
Yeah.
All the time.
All the time. Yeah.
All the time.
It's a reason why the turnover is so high. And it's also a big problem. That's one of the reasons why I'm having this, this program. So persons can understand exactly what is going on. And then they have to hear it from the actual individuals who work in the industry, right?
Yeah.
Persons such as yourself who have over 25 years of experience. You can basically work on any car. Which brings me to another question now. How are you seeing the type of technology that is evolved now in the cars? Where do we sit, and where are we going with that?
Well, it's getting, I don't know where it's going to stop now, right? I mean, between hybrid and pure electric, that being, that's like the future, I guess, as far as, that's another thing that I guess me as even being as an old school mechanic now, I can consider myself, like, there's a lot of stuff there that I'm not very familiar with, whether it's electric, even hybrid. I never got my hybrid license. So there's another thing too, as far as that, because I think that's part of the curriculum now. I don't know if that's what they teach in school. I think you have to. But there's so much more electronics now in cars and stuff too. So yeah, I mean, you got to be really updated. And if you're going to stay in the dealership, you're constantly getting sent to school to get trained on the newest car, the newest technology of whatever's just come out for that model or that manufacturer, right? So
yeah,
there's a lot of stuff, but I mean, there's so much investment, time, money as a mechanic. That's just even tools. Like, that's, man, you can, I know guys that have, I thought I spent like a lot of money, but there's guys that have spent way more money than I have on just their toolbox, and then fill it. It's almost like a hobby afterwards, collecting tools, but you don't always use them, but need them. That's why they do that, right? Because
it's the same with the average guy at home. You're always trying to buy enough tools, because if you're someone who works around the home, you want to ensure that you have all the right tools in your toolbox. If you're doing something and say, oh shoot, I need to get like a half inch, this one is only a 3/4. So so those are some of the things that you run around. If you're hands-on, if you like working with your hands, you're going to be invested in tools all the time. How should we prepare for an ever-changing market?
Well, I don't know, man. I think with this COVID, it's just, the market's changed completely now. Like, you look at, you don't even go into the dealership to buy a car anymore, man. You just online buy a car. And like, I don't even know how Attilio's like, they're doing stuff at the dealership. They're dropping cars off, and you're not really, I don't think you're seeing as many cars as you used to now working there too, right? I don't like, for us, I don't know why we're so busy. I do know we are busy.
I know, because as working for a bus company, the ridership is down. More people are driving cars because of COVID. There's an abundance of new car because, as you know, a lot of people lost their jobs and they can't afford to take out a payment plan right now. So they're more going for the pre-owned car or a used car. And with the purchase of a pre-owned car, they're coming to the smaller guys such as yourself to have it looked at, checked out, safety checks and all these things. So you see a lot more cars on the road, right? That's basically where it is.
But I think as far as like what they're like market, like everybody now is, everything's downsizing. Even big, like everything, even big pickup trucks now are going to V6 twin turbos or alternate diesel. I think the new is coming out with a diesel or a V6 twin turbo. You should. My buddy sent me something about it. They're supposed to release that info this week. When they changed the body style this year, and they released the new truck, they're supposed to come out with a small. They're not putting the V8 in it anymore.
Which one? Toyota?
The Tundra. The big one.
Yeah. The thing about it is that you can get a 1KD, which is a turbo diesel, outside of the US. The US is a basic
in a
traditional
Tundra?
market. Yeah. Not in the Tundra. It's mostly in the Hilux. The Hilux is a right-hand drive version of the Tacoma.
Yeah.
Right. They're found mostly all over the world: South Africa, Asia, Thailand,
Philippines,
in the Caribbean. Yeah, the Philippines have them as well. It's the same engine as the Prado, the Toyota Prado, the Land Cruiser.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's that.
Right, and those are diesels as well. And then you have,
put that Tundra. That'd be underpowered, man. They have to put like a bigger.
No, it's a 3-liter turbo diesel, so it has the power. And then you have and then you have the bigger one now, which is the 1HD. It used to be in the Land Cruiser 100 series. Remember those large Land Cruisers?
The far ones.
Yes. They were Lexuses mostly here in the in North America, but in other regions.
Oh yeah. I remember seeing one or two.
Right, those are 4.2 liter diesel. Turbo diesel. So those are the same size engines as the Tundras, some of the Tundras and Tacomas. So they have them. Don't be surprised. They have them.
I'd have to see how it would drive. Before I say that.
That's one of the beauty of living outside North America. You get to experience a lot more. The future looks bright. It's continuing to change. One last question. Would you recommend what would you say to the younger generation who wants to get into mechanic work?
One thing that I remember an old German guy telling me that I worked with was, if you're going to do this for a living, you work on every car as if your mom or your girlfriend was going to get in it and drive for 5 hours.
Yeah.
So you would want it to be safe, right, and proper, and done right. So, and he told me that, because if not, then get out of the trade now, because there's no need for, you got to work as if it was your own car. That's what he told me to. Was right, work on it as if it's your own car. There's a lot, again, the tools, there's a lot of money to be spent, and that's a huge investment. You could be spending money on stuff like, and I can't think of another trade that would cost somebody now, oh man, for a young mechanic buying stuff off the Snap-on truck or the Mac Tools truck, man.
Yeah.
You're to fill an average size toolbox with the toolbox.
With toolbox, yeah.
It's easy 25-30 G's. That's conservatively speaking, right?
Yeah.
Again, small shop guys, you're gonna need so much tools.
Yeah.
So much. Now, if you're working at a domestics, it's either, a lot of them now are still standard and metric, but with all Toyota and mostly Honda and all the imports are always just metric, for the most part, right? And then you got Volkswagen with those weird 12-point those crazy sockets and what have you, like inverted Torx.
Yeah.
But just like tools, and then you're gonna start from the bottom, man. Just be prepared to do all the shit stuff. Take out garbage, go get coffee. That's another thing, man. I never liked that shit. They always make you go get coffee. They're like, that's part of the dues of, as you know, it comes.
Yeah, it's the initiation.
Yeah, and I get that's why I say, like, when I first started, it was like you want to fit in, so you got to do whatever. It's like, I'll do whatever. Just don't ask me to suck your dick, you know. But they're like, there's like guys that like expect you to be like their bitch all the time. Sometimes as a young guy working in a shop, but don't do that. Like, you know, you shouldn't have to do that, right?
Right.
And I get it. You got to prove yourself, because not, you know, they probably don't believe in that you might even stay. So if you want to do this for a living, you gotta show that you really want to, and show incentive. Like, don't just stand there and wait to be given something to do. There's another thing the guys did when you're hourly as an apprentice. You can hide and go, you know, and even then, I never had a cell phone I could text my girl on or anything like that, or FaceTime, you know, like,
or FaceTime,
back then you had to call on a landline to go talk to somebody or something, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, do something. Like, there's a lot of times where, you know, as an hourly kid too, as an apprentice, like, you got to look like you want to do, like, you know, be busy all the time, or go watch what the mechanic's doing when they got nothing to do for you. Like, I had no oil changes, I'd go hang out with the license guys, and I'd be like, hey, what are you up to? What are you doing, you know? And that's how you learn. You gotta hang out with them and show incentive and initiative that you want to learn what they're doing. And for the most part, they'll teach you and they'll tell you how to do things properly, right?
Yeah.
And that's how you do it, right? If you're that kind, but you know, if you're the type of personality where you're not really good at socializing, you have to be able to talk in this trade, man.
Yeah.
You have to be able to express yourself without being mad. Show that you're not weak either, as far as, like, you know, stand up for what you think is right.
Yeah.
And just show that you like, as if you own the place. Like, not when I say own the place, but pick up garbage.
Yeah.
Right. I hate garbage anywhere, man. That's like one of my pet peeves. When I see garbage, or even if it's on my street or out anywhere in the public, like McDonald's bags, those things annoy me the most, man. And Tim Hortons cups.
Yeah. The cups everywhere. Like,
you just ate your food and had your coffee. You can't keep it in your car or something until you get home, or throw it out in a proper.
And bins are everywhere. Yeah.
There's no excuse, man. And so, having said that, I was the type of person, like, even still, I'll pick up garbage or even shop rags when they're all over the place. That drives me nuts too, man. You know, just like, and that's another reason why you got to be clean and cleanly, is like, it's a safety aspect, a trip hazard when stuff's lying all over the floor.
Yeah.
You know, and again, like I said, you know, you'll start from the bottom, you get all the shit work. They might ask you to do like the crappiest of jobs that nobody wants to do, and that's okay. You gotta prove to them that you're worth the investment, and them teaching you too. That's not just, you know, I want to be a mechanic, you teach me how to be a mechanic. Well, that's another thing I learned from these guys, is you got to show that you're worth the investment for them to teach you too, and that you want to learn, right?
Yeah.
That you're not gonna stay for a couple of months or a couple of weeks and then leave, or stay for a year, get your license and leave, whatever. I mean,
right. And that's one of the biggest fears of dealership, because they want to know that if they're going to be investing in you, sending you back to school, and getting all these experiences and know-how, and then after a while you get up and run. It's their loss. Yeah.
Unless you know somebody that knows somebody, and that's how it always is. You got to know somebody.
Know somebody. Yeah, that's the dealership environment right now, especially at the top. It's worse at the top. The guy who walk, you're there, and then you see a guy walks in, being introduced as a managing director, and then you ask him, now, what's your background? What's your experience? Oh, I was a used car salesman at such and such and such. And you're saying, what the hell are you doing here? Right? How did you get this job? More investigation reveal that he's a friend of somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody. You get what I'm saying? He has no proven track record, no strategies, he have never been through the trenches, has no value adding to the company. It just come with his own style. He doesn't understand the brand's philosophy, doesn't understand their values, their mission, nothing. You get what I'm saying? And that's basically the person who comes in and destroys everything, right?
Well, that's what I say.
That's a cancer right there. You go and cancer is developed, but in the auto industry, I think that they go and look for the cancer and bring it in. So that's just my opinion.
It's almost meant like they want, you can't have, and I think this is partly true, you can't have a really nice guy being the boss. You know what I mean? Like somebody that's actually truly gets along with everybody, goes out on weekends, hangs out. You know, that's why, for the most part, the big guy that's running the show in the shop or at the dealership, I mean, is probably only going to hang out with one or two people, and it won't be a lot of mechanics. And if it is, somehow or another, there's something there that I don't know. You know what I mean? They'll probably just be just with either salespeople or all the managers only. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're not privy to any of that as a mechanic.
Yeah.
You gotta, unless you're part of that group and you're lucky enough to be in that circle, right? Because that's another thing, right? There's always so much.
Yeah. It's a culture, but because I don't know why mechanics are looked down upon, and the mechanic, if he's a master tech, he earns basically more than a manager. You get what I'm saying? If you're looking at it from an earning standpoint, but I think it's a psychological thing, because they back in the days they only saw a mechanic as a grease monkey. So I mean I think that stigma is still around.
Yeah. And I think that's why, again, it's like a lot of guys either becomes the shop foreman or lead mechanic and or service manager or service advisor. Honest mechanics, you know, there's a lot of them out there. And I truly believe that. I think there's just a few guys that are just in this for one thing and one thing only, is the money. But you can make money without being a scam mechanic. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can be an honest mechanic and still make good money, whether you're flat rate or hourly. You don't have to gouge people, sell brakes when they're 50%. You know, and that's what I say. Like, if most places offered an hourly rate for mechanics, they don't have to think of that gouging kind of mentality too when it comes to flat rate. You know, and again, get used to making that many hours. If you make anything less than that, you're not happy, because you know there's that many hours out there to be made, right? And then once you get used to that, that's all you want. But yeah, all right, man, we'll talk soon. Well, next time I can do another one. And
oh, definitely. We have to sit down and continue this, because I know you have more stories to tell us.
Yeah, man. I'll tell you, actually, I'll start to try to keep some notes about even just customers, because customers are funny people too. You got to get to know them.
Yeah.
Right. And as long as you got a good rapport with your customers, they'll want to come back too, right?
So, definitely. Yeah.
I kind of find that weird, because like I said, at first I didn't like talking to them about their cars and stuff, because at the dealerships, that's what the service advisor is supposed to do. But in a small shop, now I got to talk to customers because they're right. Waiting for their car.
And the aspect of working in a small shop is that it gives you more confidence. Working in a larger environment, you come in, you grab your toolbox, you're just working on cars, right? So you don't get to develop that interpersonal skills that's needed for when you grow older and you want your own shop. Then your personality has been developed into a more customer focused, customer centric individual. Right. So the small shops has its perks, believe it or not. And
I realize that now too, man. I maybe realized it too late. But
hey, never too old to learn, man.
No, man. And again, if you're not learning, even at my age, I still have a lot to learn. There's so much stuff out there. Again, now having working on, oh man, it's like going to school again. Because like, dude, I told you I drove the first time I ever got into a Benz or Audis and all these different European cars I never worked on before.
Small shop.
So, you know, the sky's the limit when you work at a small shop. You got to get good at a lot of things, I think. And I wish I'd maybe done that and got that too. Because once you get in a small shop and you get in there for years and years, it's nice because it becomes family after a while, right? I think that's why a lot of small shops don't change. You'll see the guy's been there for 20 years, 25 years before they retire, right?
Right.
So, but that's another story for another time of retirement.
Of course, Jojo. Oh man. All right. Thank you. And we'll definitely keep in touch.
Yeah, we'll do this again soon, hopefully.
Very soon,
All right.
Jojo. Very soon. All right. Have a good night.
You too, brother. Have a good night, man.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another episode of Parts Talk. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate each and every one of you. Today, we have a special guest, Nick Ferrari. Nick is a retired NYPD detective turned author. His book is right there on the screen, Grand Theft Auto. And Rick spent 10 years as a detective in the auto crime division. So he will definitely have lots of stories to share with us about stolen vehicles. As you know, here in Toronto, the upsurge in stolen vehicles has gotten somewhat out of hand, but the police are quick to be on it. The other day, they found over 300 cars in a shipment coming back from, I believe it was Malta. I'm going to try to get that story up to you. And then more and more thieves are being caught because they realize how vigilant they have to be to try to turn the scourge of this pandemic. Well, I would call it a pandemic that is upon us, because we can't have individuals who is going to invest in the second largest investment they're going to be buying outside of a house, only to wake up to see that it's gone right there in the middle of the day or the middle of the night, and their driveway is basically empty. So Rick is here to share some of his stories with us and what you can actually do to prevent some of these theft going forward. So Rick, I want you to tell us about your background and how you became involved in law enforcement, first of all.
Sure. And first off, I appreciate you for having me on your show. It means a lot. It's people like you that put me on their forums that enable me to sell books. I'm born and raised in the Bronx, New York City kid. I always knew what I wanted to do since I was a little boy, growing up watching cop shows and on television. I like to tell a story. When I was 10 years old, my friends and I used to sneak into the post office and steal wanted posters off the wall and go around the neighborhood and conduct manhunts at 10 years old. I grew up in a neighborhood where probably we had more car thieves per capita than any place else in the world. When I was in uniform with the NYPD, I was always getting into car chases because I knew what to look for as far as stolen cars were concerned. And my last 10 years, I was a detective in the NYPD's auto crime division. So anything with garden variety car thieves, chop shops, exporting stolen vehicles out of the country, changing vehicle identification numbers on cars, sophisticated techniques and rings used to steal cars from dealerships, etc. Had a wonderful 20-year career with the NYPD doing auto theft. And then I got into writing when I retired.
Okay. So otherwise, from Grand Theft Auto, are there any more other books that you're currently working on?
Yeah, I've written 6 books. I'm currently on my 7th, 4 of which are all NYPD themed.
Okay, very well. I will definitely try to check out some of those. They're available on Amazon, and one is right there on the screen, as you can see, Grand Theft Auto. But what inspired you to write Grand Theft Auto, the NYPD's auto crime division, and what was the most challenging aspect about writing this book?
Well, I mean, when you spend 10 years working in one place, and auto theft was always near and dear to me because it just was something I always gravitated to. I mean, cops pick different career paths. You know, some guys want to work in homicide, some guys want to work in community affairs. I was always interested in organized crime, specifically auto theft. I was an expert in auto theft, and when I retired from the NYPD and I got into writing, I said, you know, the book I should write is about my 10 years in the auto crime division, because I wanted to try to explain to people a car thief's mindset, what happens to your car after it's stolen, where does it go, the industry that fuels it, and then the sophisticated scams that people use to steal vehicles that also protect people from losing their car. And I have a chapter in there about how to protect yourself from losing your car. And also when you're purchasing a used car, so many people get burned because they're either buying a salvage vehicle, you know, a car that's been put together, it's hanging together on nuts and bolts, or it's a cloned vehicle, or the VIN number's been changed. So I try to protect the consumer.
That is very important. A lot of times when people go into the dealership, they're so excited getting that new car, they don't spend time to actually ask about the security features that it comes with. And with the new immobilizer system in place, they think that that is safe enough. But we have seen how sophisticated these thieves have become, copying the immobilizer system by way of modern technology, using to hack into these systems. So they're always one step ahead. But how did you gather the information and research for this book, Grand Theft Auto, and what was the most surprising thing you learned during your research?
Well, it's based on my 10 years working in the auto theft industry. I mean, I had all the information. It was case files of cases that I worked on, cases that other detectives worked on, my experiences with car thieves, organized crime figures, and what I saw during my 10 years in the auto crime division. But I mean, even before that, I mean, I knew what to look for with stolen cars just as a cop on patrol in the mid 80s. If you remember, if people steal cars for different reasons, right? So you have the lower tier thieves, and that's usually juveniles and drug addicts, and they steal cars for different reasons. Juveniles steal cars, it's a rite of passage, right? You want to go and pick up your girlfriend, take her to the movie theater. You don't have money for, I'm not justifying it, but I'm saying that's why teens steal cars, to be cool, to be the badass, to show up in school with a car, right? Then you have drug addicts. Drug addicts steal cars to get around. They don't, a lot of them are homeless. They want to get high. They want to commit other crimes. So what better than to steal a Toyota Camry, a Toyota Corolla, low profile car. No one's really looking at it. 10, 15-year-old car. They can drive around in it, buy a couple of bags of dope or crack, get high, park in a parking lot or in a park somewhere where no one's going to mess with them, and they can sleep 4 or 5 hours and uninterrupted. They were always the easiest to spot because juveniles and drug addicts will hold on to a stolen car forever. Basically, they'll hold on to that car until mechanically something is wrong with it, that they can't drive it anymore, or we catch them. And there was a lot of signs that we could tell to spot them, like the little spare tire, the little donut tire that you get in the car. They don't give you a full spare, that you're only supposed to drive for like 20 miles. Well, if they get a flat, a drug addict or a teenager, they're just going to slap that tire on and drive it around until it comes off. Also, you go outside, they treat a car like you and I wouldn't. So in other words, you go into a shopping center, you come out, and there's a Chinese menu and the windshield wiper and a couple of flyers for different things. What's the first thing you do? You pull that off and you throw it in the garbage. A kid or a drug addict, it's not their car. They're going to drive around with these things hanging off the side of the car. And if they illegally park and someone slaps one of those stickers, you are illegally parked. The first thing you do is you get a razor and you scratch that thing off. Drug addicts, they don't care. It's not their car. They're going to leave it on there. Also, with the older cars back in the day, you had the little vent windows in the back. They would punch out one of those vent windows and either stick a piece of cardboard in it or just leave that open. So you would drive by, you'd see a vent window punched. Or with the old General Motors products, it had that long neck steering column. So usually they would just rip that up with a hammer or a screwdriver. And then what they would do is they would wrap a bandana or a towel around it. So, you would be driving by and you would just look and you'd see a teenager or anybody for that matter, who drives around with a bandana on their steering column, right? Or what you would see is the door locks. Either a good car thief can get into a car and do minimal damage to that door lock. With the old GMs and stuff, you get a screwdriver and you kind of get it to the side and you get in there, but you're going to leave the lock in place. The hole might be a little bigger or there might be a little damage to the side, but if to a trained eye, you can spot it. The butchers, as I like to call them, will just knock that lock out. So it was things like that we used to spot back then when I was on patrol to catch like the easy ones.
Okay. Yeah. Then were those the only techniques that you use? I'm just trying to pull a little bit more information out of you because I mean a lot of people want to be informed of what to look for if they want to say, for instance, try to help out the authorities, the cops, to understand exactly what's going on, or the information is already out there and you're trying to spot that car to help out. So what other techniques would did the NYPD or you used in an instant to solve some of these cases?
Well, I mean, if you're getting a rash of car theft, right? So things are cyclical. It just depends. Like it's the types of vehicles. Like we worked on a case where we were losing a huge number of Audi A6s. They were just vanishing off the face of the earth. We were getting hit with like 10 or 12 a week. That's a lot, right? And then the next thing you know, car dealerships are getting hit and they're losing 5 or 10. So we knew there was a problem. And in addition to that, most of the time when cars are stolen, they're either 90% of the time cars are stolen for their parts.
Yeah.
Right? Yes, they will steal them to ship out of the country. And yes, they will ship them to change the VIN number for resale. But usually you find pieces of the car somewhere, the shell or a stolen car will turn up in a body shop. In this particular case with these Audis, they were vanishing off the face of the earth. And what we found out was we had a Chinese national in Brooklyn. He came to the United States. He hooked up with a middleman from the Bronx, and he was ordering 25 to 30 Audi A6s a month.
Wow.
So he had a warehouse out in Brooklyn. The thieves were from the Bronx. The middleman was paid $5,000 a car. He would farm out to these steel guys between $500 and $1,000 per Audi. They would steal the cars. They would park them in the street for a couple of days to make sure they didn't have low jack or a navigation system or GPS. This is around the year 2000. So
yeah,
they didn't have this was like the very beginning of GPS.
Yes.
Then they would take 2 to 3 stolen cars in the morning, drive them to this warehouse, bring them inside, shut the gate. It was a large warehouse, and they always had a shipping container, at least 1 or 2 inside this warehouse. And what they would do is they would drive 2 stolen Audis per shipping container. Then they would let the air out of the tires so the Audi would sit lower in the shipping container. Then they built a wooden frame above the 2 stolen vehicles and then hoisted 1 or 2 others. So they were getting between 3 to 4 stolen Audis per shipping container. Then they called a trucking company. The trucking company would take the shipping container with a phony bill of lading, drive it out to Newark, New Jersey, where the stolen vehicles, the shipping containers were put on trains and railed across the United States to Long Beach, California, where they were loaded on ships and sent out to Shanghai. And I mean, this was going on and off for about 2 years, and we couldn't figure out where these cars were going. We knew we had a problem, but we couldn't figure out, and nobody was talking. A guy got arrested in the Palisades Mall up in Rockland County, and he was on lifetime parole in Florida, and he started spilling his guts. So that enabled us to go up on wiretaps. That enabled us to start surveillance going. And we had multiple wiretaps in this case. We had Chinese detectives from the NYPD listening to the Asian phone conversations. Most of our thieves were Spanish, so we had Spanish detectives monitoring the car thieves' conversations. And what we quickly figured out was, in addition to stealing 25 to 30 Audis a month, which is, that's huge.
At that time, yeah.
In addition to that, these guys were in the murder for hire business.
Oh.
So out of our 15 car thieves in this case, 7 or 8 of them had bodies on them. And they're talking about whacking this guy and hitting this guy. So when we finally took this case down, we were able to solve about 15 homicides. But that was about the biggest shipping case that I was involved in. But different ethnic groups ship to different countries. I mean, I've worked on cases where cars were getting shipped to Antigua. The Dominican Republic is huge for stolen cars. We always used to say we didn't know how the Dominican Republic didn't sink with the amount of stolen cars and heavy equipment, backhoes, generators. People don't realize that's a huge market in foreign countries. Nigeria is another country where a lot of stolen vehicles from the United States are shipped to.
Yeah, we just had a news report here in Toronto. They recovered a number of vehicles in Malta, and that's in Europe. So that's how far some of these, special orders will actually come from. And most of those cars were actually luxury SUVs and trucks. So it's a never ending cycle, because, as you know, not everywhere in the world are entitled to certain cars, especially here in North America. They see them, they like them, they want them over there. And because of certain restrictions we have, especially here in Canada, it's really challenging to get a used car shipped outside of Canada to anywhere else in the world. You have to have, like, special permits and everything else, and go through the government regulations that have been set up here, because they're trying to curtail the amount of cars that were being shipped out. And then, as a result of the red tape that has been set up, it has resulted in the increase in use in the car theft. So, I mean, it is what it is. Sometimes we have to roll with it, but hopefully we try to deter people from doing these things or making these illicit orders.
Well, auto theft, I mean, the punishment usually doesn't fit the crime. Nobody, it's you can make a lot more money in the drug world, but I mean, the sentencing guidelines, I know at least here in the United States, if you get caught with a certain amount of drugs or sale to an undercover, you're going away, you're going upstate. Whereas New York City is weird. There's 5 boroughs in New York, and each borough has its own district attorney's office. So back in the day, if we caught a car thief in Manhattan or Queens or Staten Island, there was a chance they could go to jail. In the Bronx and Brooklyn, it was like, you would lock up a guy and you'd look at his rap sheet and he would have grand loss in the auto, unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, criminal mischief to a vehicle. And I mean, it was like a bar tab. They had to commit so many crimes in certain boroughs before finally they said, all right, enough. We're going to put this guy away for a year. But even when they do go away, it's not really for long, 1.5 to 3 years, maybe 2 to 4 if the guy's really bad. But in the United States, auto theft, depending on the jurisdiction, isn't really taken too seriously.
Yeah, understandable, because it wouldn't have been so much if the punishment never fit the crime. So you definitely have a point there. Moving forward with this, how has the technology changed the way law enforcement investigates auto-related crimes since you were in the field?
Yeah, it's changed so much. I mean, early on in the early 80s was when they first came out with the little computer terminals between the driver and the passenger in a police car. It was like a slot machine. So you got to remember, in New York City, when I was a cop in the 80s into the early 90s, we were averaging over 150,000 stolen vehicles per year. So if you were running around with a computer car and you were punching plates, it was like pulling a slot at a casino, because eventually you were going to get a hit and you were off to the races. The computers got faster, and there were tools that were available to us. And unfortunately, just before I retired, a couple of the goodies that came out, I don't know if they have this in Canada, and I'm sure they do. Have you heard of plate readers?
Yes, plate readers are here.
In the United States, with the NYPD, probably about a year before I retired, basically, if you see a police car and it's got 2 little boxes, they look like Bose speakers that you'll see mounted on the trunk of a police car facing outward. Those are cameras. And when they drive by your car, depending on which side of the car is on, those cameras will snap a photo of your license plate, and that plate is immediately run. And you can set the parameters in that computer to do different things. So you can have that thing set just to run the plate to see if it's stolen. You can have it run to see if the registration insurance is current. You can run the driver, the registered owner of the car, for warrants. And also what that tool does is, between the GPS in the car and the camera snatching your license plate, and I don't know how long they hold on to this information for, but now they have a record of where your car was in a certain area at a certain time. So that's how they've caught criminals committing other crimes or homicides or something, because someone's car was in the area of something and they say, no, did you leave your house? No, but they have taken a picture and recorded your license plate in a neighborhood where a crime had taken place.
Yes.
So that was a game changer. So if you watch on the news or something, when they're looking for somebody and they say, well, they were last spotted somewhere, it's not that someone saw them, it's the vehicle was spotted because somewhere in law enforcement, a law enforcement police camera has snapped a photo of their license plate.
Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. Well, hopefully you're not giving away too much.
I don't agree with that. Honestly, you know what? I don't agree with that technology, because now you're getting into a weird place where people are being recorded wherever they go.
Yes.
You know, I guess the older I get, the more I start to realize that, yeah, these tools were great and made our lives easier in law enforcement. But at the same time, it's starting to turn into an Orwellian society where, you know, maybe you just want to go and get the newspaper and not have law enforcement know where you were to get your newspaper. You know what I mean? It's a slippery slope with this technology.
I know, but our cell phones are already doing that anyway. So
You're
I mean,
100% right.
yeah, where you can't get away from it as the technology evolve. So does the behavior and our habits and our way how we socialize. So there's no two ways about it. In the book, you mentioned the importance of community policing. Can you explain how this approach can be effective in preventing auto-related crimes?
Community policing is only as good as the cops that go into community policing. So in the early 90s, the NYPD went full into community policing. And it's one of those things in theory, it's great, but in reality, sometimes it gets weird. And so in the NYPD, when they started community policing, it almost like all the dead wood in the department gravitated to community policing, because no one really knew what they were doing. Community policing in New York, what they would do is they put cops in foot in neighborhoods that they could buddy up with the community and be the eyes and ears. So for argument's sake, if you owned a restaurant and I would go in there a couple of times a day, hey, how you doing, blah, blah, blah. And you'd say, you know, I don't want to get involved, but across the street at about 6 o'clock at night, you're going to see a bunch of teenagers outside and they're dealing drugs. Thank you. Thank you for telling me that. And then I would either file an intelligence report with narcotics, or I would go across the street on a building with binoculars and watch and try to make the arrest or give it to narcotics. Unfortunately, what the NYPD did, it was all the dead wood and lazy cops that went into community policing, and nothing really got done. And the NYPD kind of backed out of it. But now, from what I understand, they're going back into it. The way it should work is people sharing information with the police, where the police can make people's lives safer and easier by hearing things, you know, or for argument's sake, I have a foot post and you work or you own a car dealership, and you can explain to me, there's these guys coming in here and they're checking out my cars, but I know they're not here to buy anything. Would you mind being around here? They usually come in about 5 o'clock. They walk the lot, and I think there's something up, you know, and I'd make myself available and tell you, hey guys, how's it going? You're looking to buy a car, and then kind of maybe scare them off, you know? So it is good with community policing in theory, but sometimes it gets murky.
Yeah, because a lot of people, they still have this mistrust.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, in sharing information with the cops, but they don't do that until something happens to them personally. And we need to get away from that, because you have to build that relationship, but at the same time, there's a line that you dare not cross when you're trying to do certain things. But as I say, you know, one hand needs the other, and in order to be safe, we have to work with what we have in order to, you know, move forward in this current environment. And I know that it would have been a lot challenging in the past, considering how you went about doing your job. But at the same time, you know, how would you tell someone, for instance, let me ask you, what guidelines you give someone when they're driving their car and then they're being pulled over by the cops? We've seen it in a negative light so often on social media, on TV. Are there any pointers you want to, you know, extend to those individuals out there who will get a lot of anxiety when they're being pulled over by, you know, by the highway patrol or anything like that?
Listen, I'm retired now, 15 years. If I get pulled over, I have anxiety. No one likes getting pulled over by the cops. I mean, I'm a retired cop, right? It's like,
yeah,
listen, I'm human. Do I speed sometimes? Yeah. do a couple of times where I'm in a rush and the light's going yellow and I should really stop, but I really have to be. So I'm like anybody else. And I'm retired 15 years. I'm living in another state. So I've lost all my superpowers as far as I'm like anybody else when I get pulled over, right? So when you get pulled over, the easiest way to get out of getting a ticket, right? You get pulled over. Pull over immediately, roll down all your windows, back windows, front windows, shut the car off, and just kind of put your hands to the side out the window.
Yeah.
Cop's going to come over. Always have in your car your registration and your insurance card in one spot. I realize most people like myself keep my driver's license in my wallet, but in your car, have a spot that you know exactly where to reach for. The longer you don't want to spend too much time with a cop, right? You just want to give him you don't say a word. He's going to say, license registration. Yes, sir. And if he asks, admit it. I mean, I was never I had to write tickets in New York because they mandated it, but I wasn't a ticket guy. If I pulled you over and you either gave me a good bullshit story or you said, listen, I'm running late, I had to pick up my kid. As far as I'm concerned, if your license is good, your insurance is good, your registration is good, we got enough people that hate us. I'm not going to make another enemy out of somebody. There's more than enough scumbags that I'm going to pull over whose car is a mystery. They're handing you a title to one car and it's got an inspection sticker from another. That's the guy I'm going to give 10 tickets to. You know what I mean? A working guy or a working woman and their car is current, I'm not going to give them a ticket. That just wasn't me. That's not my game. But just be respectful. And even if the cop gives you a ticket, if you're nice, and when you go to fight the ticket, sometimes that cop may forget what happened. As long as they write that ticket, their job is happy.
Yeah.
But if he goes to traffic court and he has amnesia, but he's going to remember you if you're a pain in the ass and you're like, oh, what are you fucking breaking my balls for? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
He's going to remember you. And you know what he's going to do? He's going to put in his memo book or he's going to make a note of the day you show up. He's going to be 100% prepared and loaded for bear. So I get it. I wouldn't want a ticket. I don't like getting pulled over. But unfortunately, that's the way of the world.
Yeah. Yeah, we've seen the stories. We've heard it all the time. I've had my fair share as well. I've always gotten a way of, getting out of the ticket, and it's all about respect. You respect me, I respect you, and I tell people all the time, it's the way you come up, you deal with the situation on hand. Don't be too angry. Don't be too naive. Respectful. It has to be there. But can you talk about any upcoming projects or initiatives related to your work in law enforcement or writing that you're currently working on?
I am writing another NYPD themed book right now. I don't have a title for it. All my books, I guess with the exception of Grand Theft Auto and my book, another book, there's not a beginning, middle, end. They're just chapters with short stories. So in Grand Theft Auto, I pick a case and I explain what went down, or I pick how people steal a car, like a car thief's mindset, or the tools that they use. Like in Grand Theft Auto, I went into detail about one time my partner and I we're in an area where people break into cars and steal cars. And we're watching this young guy, and he's walking past a row of cars near a park, and he's looking around a lot. He's not just walking one place with a mission. He's stopping. He's tying his shoe. He's dusting himself off to make sure he's not being followed. And we're watching him from about a block away with a set of binoculars, and we're taking bets in the car, which car he's going to break into. The guy sits on a fence, and we see him going like this. It looked like he had something on his fingertips, right? The next thing you know, he gets up, and he's inside a car. I'm like, how did he So we pull up, and he's inside the car, and the window is broken. He's a drug addict. Lock him up. We bring him into the station house. And inside his pocket, I find like little broken, ground up pieces of spark plugs. That's odd, right? Why would someone keep broken pieces of spark plugs in their pocket, right? The little ceramic So we're talking to him, and I got him a soda, and we get to talk, and I says, come on, how did you get into that car? Because we didn't hear the window break. We didn't see him pick something up and throw a brick through it, right? He goes, and he picks up the little piece of ceramics that I had on the table. He goes, Ninja Rocks. I go, Ninja Rocks? He goes, yeah. He goes, when you take a spark plug and you break it up with a hammer, if you take those little chips and you just flick it at a car window, it will break the window and it'll make almost no sound.
Wow.
And that was one of the ways. I wouldn't call a car thief to do that, because car thief doesn't want to break a window, but a guy that's going to break into your car and take your stereo, rummage around for your GPS, your CDs, or whatever you got in there. Yeah, that's how a lot of them break into cars. But they take spark plugs, break them up into little chips. This way they're not carrying tools. So the average cop stops them in a park or something. They're not going to think to charge them with burglar's tools, because most people, why would you wouldn't even think of a piece of a spark plug to be something to break into a car.
Yeah, well, they always say that, the smartest persons are usually the thieves, because they're always thinking of various ways how to get away with what they do. That's a very interesting story. I've never heard that one before. Well, I don't want anyone going out there to try it, but at the same time, yeah, thank you very much for that story. Because right now, well, late last year up to now, there was a surge. I don't know if you heard about it. There was an upsurge in Kia and Hyundai vehicles being stolen. It was a TikTok challenge. Everything now is started by social media. And because it was so easy to steal these vehicles, they will break into the car using a Slim Jim. Because a lot of the Kias they say it was between 2015, 2019, 2012, 2019. What happened is that in the automotive sector, in order to be very competitive, the manufacturers try to keep their cars low price as much as possible. Kia and Hyundai, they're guilty of that. They want to be the market leader in terms of pricing. And what they do is they leave out a lot of features. So your keyless remote, your immobilizer system. So they still have the old system with the key and barrel and the ignition switch behind that key and barrel. So once you break into the vehicle, they will break away the everything around the steering column right there, and they will take something like a USB cable to plug onto the ignition switch itself and then turn it and then steal the car. And they will actually film themselves doing it. And it got so bad that two of the largest insurance companies, both Progressive and State Auto, decided that enough is enough. They're not insuring these cars anymore because it's just too much for them to be paying out all these coverages on these vehicles. But I would say to them, screw them. Kia and Hyundai, they stepped in and said, okay, they're going to try to fix the problem. But it only goes to show that it doesn't take anything these days, because I mentioned this because of how you mentioned about the spark plug story. Anything that is out there that they see, they can gravitate towards it and they try to make it viral, because that is a society that we currently reside in right now. People want to do dumb shit to become viral in hoping that, they become the next Logan Paul or someone famous on the internet. That's just basically what it is. So.
Well, I'm out of the game now a couple of years, but what you just described is, that was going on. There's a chapter in my book, I call it the auto theft industry, because General Motors and a lot of these companies, they made those cars. It's just so easy to steal. They could have fortified. They could have fortified the steering columns. Obviously, they didn't have the technology for the immobilizers, but think about it. If you're an auto manufacturer and your cars are getting stolen, people are going to the dealership and they're buying a new one because that car's getting chopped, or so. There really wasn't an incentive for the manufacturers to make their vehicles more difficult to steal. And the older cars, they were just so easy to steal, like the older Toyota Camrys and Toyota Corollas. I saw them get stolen with everything from screwdrivers to a sharpened pair of scissors, like the old scissors like your grandmother would have to cut fabric. You get that thing in there, you could just break the ignition.
Yeah, you're right. In Jamaica, we call it, the canned beef. You have the in Jamaica we have the canned beef. It's here in Canada as well. But there's this small key that has a hole in it that you use to open the can. When you turn it, you keep twisting it to flick open that can. That key itself was used to steal vehicles back in those days because the ignition switch, the barrel and the key became so worn that anything you push inside there just turn and the car goes. That's basically what it is, right? But I mean, I'm really enjoying this talk, Rick. It opens a lot of information as to what took place back in the 1980s, 1990s, early 2000. You were actually there. You've seen the evolution of the auto industry itself right before your eyes in terms of the technology, what we dealt with back in the days to what we're having now. So what advice would you give to someone who is interested in pursuing a career in law enforcement, particularly in the auto crime investigations?
Well, anybody that's going to go into work in law enforcement, my advice, and I always say this, is for your first 2 years, and that would include your 6 months in the police academy, maybe your 6 months of field training, and then another year, keep your eyes open and your mouth shut. Listen, 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 because the street talks and your coworkers talk, and you're new, right? It's like the new kid in school when you're dropped off in a precinct or a police station. Nobody likes a know-it-all. Nobody likes somebody with a big mouth. Just listen to the veterans, and you're going to figure out who's the guy or girl to listen to. Who can I learn as much as I can from this person? Stay away from this guy. This guy's a pain in the ass. This guy just wants to go home at 3 o'clock every day. So many people in law enforcement, I mean, you know, like you said, and it's generational now. I see like these cops on TikTok or you know, YouTube videos doing these stupid things, and I'm like, how do you expect the public to take you seriously if you're jumping around like a jackass? You know what I mean? Like if in my day, if somebody was doing that, I mean, they would get pulled aside and said, "Hey, knock that shit off. You're making a fool out of yourself."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I see a number of cops doing TikTok videos just venting, and I'm saying it looks in my own personal opinion, it may look unprofessional, but I mean, anything, not to be judgmental, but anything is possible these days, and you have to be careful in terms of how you present yourself to the public, especially when you're wearing a uniform.
Yeah, you want to be taken seriously. And if you're jumping around like a clown, people are going to consider you a clown.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you. I agree with you 100% on that. So, Rick, is there anything you want to add to inform the audience and let them know exactly how to get your book, where to reach you? How can they get more stories of based on your experience as an NYPD police officer or detective, and what other pointers you could actually give someone in terms of not getting their car stolen?
Sure. So if you have, listen, say you got a used car and it doesn't have an immobilizer, the best way to protect yourself from getting your car stolen is layered protection. So yes, it's defeatable, but that club, the anti-theft device that you put across, yes. Can they cut your steering wheel and just move it and pull it off? Yes. But the only overhead a car thief has is getting caught. So the longer time he's got to spend in your car to steal it, the longer he's either A, going to get beat up by the owner, or someone's going to catch him and kick his ass, or B, the police are going to arrest him. So if they get into your car and that club is there, unless he really wants it and he brought a hacksaw blade with him or some type of cutting tool, he's going to move on to the next car. But the best thing for a used car, an older car, go to one of these places that tint windows or put gadgets in cars and get a hidden kill switch. It's an oldie but a goodie. It's a little toggle switch. They'll either wire it to your battery or your starter, or a button or a switch. You can hide it under the dashboard or the seat, and it blocks the circuit. So when you go to start the car, you push that button and hit the switch, and then you can start your car. Now, car thief breaks into your car. He goes to start it. It's not starting. He's either going to figure A, the battery's dead, or B, you got a kill switch, but he's not going to take the time to fish around your car for, like you just said, a 2015 Kia. He's going, all right, I'm out. He's going to get right out of that car and move on. As far as my books, go to Amazon, type in my name, Vic Ferrari, like the car, and all my books will come up. They're $10 paperback, $2.99 ebook download. And if you want to get a hold of me, I'm on Twitter and Instagram at VicFerrari50.
Ah, excellent. Thank you very much, Vic. And I really appreciate you taking your time out of your vacation, a permanent vacation, to share your knowledge and your expertise with my audience. And I really look forward to having you again as a guest on my show.
Oh, please let me know. I got so many stories anytime you want.
Okay, thank you very much. And that's it for today's show. If you have any comments, you want to get in touch with Rick, I'll leave all the information in the comment box below. Remember to grab a copy of my ebook, The Parts Manager Guide. Please hit that like button on your way out. It'll only take you 1.5 seconds to do so. Until next time. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another episode of Parts Talk. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate each and every one of you. So today we have another treat for you, and I am joined by none other than Roger Clarke, who has decided out of his super busy schedule to be on our program today. And this is a real honor, because if you don't know who Roger is, then by the end of this podcast, I am sure you'll be super happy and appreciative of joining us. So, Roger, for the benefit of everyone, by all means, please introduce yourself.
Hi, everybody. Glad to be on this podcast. I'm Roger Clarke. I'm the founder and CEO of WhipFlip, WHIPFLIP.com. And again, pleasure to be here on a Sunday. There's nothing better that I love to do. I love this business. I love talking about our business, the industry, what's going on in the industry. So my pleasure.
Yes, Roger, but sorry, I'm so excited. The words are rumbling right off my lips right now. But how did you come up with the idea for WhipFlip?
Yeah, so as someone that has owned quite a few cars in my lifetime and talking with friends and family and everything else, every time that someone was looking to sell a car, it was, they weren't looking forward to it. It was a tough process. The process of selling a car has kind of been the same for decades, right? It hasn't changed. It's very archaic, extremely time consuming, risky, right? Everyone's heard the horror stories. It's not a great experience. And when when anyone is looking to sell something, right, versus buy something, when you're buying something, you're in control of the outcome. I have my money, I want your product, I can buy your product, and I'm in control. When you're selling something that you own, an asset, right, whether a cheap asset or a very expensive asset, you're not really in control. You have to do all the work, and you got to find the buyer, and you got to make sure everything goes according to plan. And when you're dealing with expensive assets, a house, but especially a car, which a car is a depreciating asset, the mountain that you have to climb oftentimes, whether you're traveling dealer to dealer to dealer, dealing with private sale, tire kickers, scammers, I mean, you name it. It's a lot of time, a lot of heartache, a lot of pain, right, to sell a vehicle. So really what we did with WhipFlip is that we looked at how consumers are transacting in the modern age, which is through a smartphone device, bring it to me, make it easy, that type of experience that you would see with an Uber or DoorDash, Amazon Prime, right? These big companies that make something a lot easier for a consumer. And we said, well, look, can we do this with a vehicle? This is going to be extremely difficult because the car has a million moving pieces. Every car has different values and different conditions. Are we really getting ourselves in over our head? But we're an AI technology-based company that we're leveraging real AI and machine learning to automate the offer, automate the inspection, automate the offer of the vehicle in 3 steps, less than 5 minutes, right from the driveway. The customer now, for the first time, has full control over their experience of selling a car. So long and short of it is, we were inspired more so on the Amazon Prime level stuff, the DoorDash, the Uber, and it's like, man, let's try to take that experience and that automation, and let's try to do it to solve a massive problem that 42 million consumers each year have when they try to exchange their vehicle.
Definitely. And As you know, you mentioned it, we live in a, I call it a microwave economy. Everybody wants instant gratification now as it is. So, and we're on the move constantly with our cell phones, and we want everything right there on an app, on the
Yep.
website, on the go. Basically, what we're trying to achieve in terms of getting the results right there and then. But one of the things I want to find out as well, and going into that and defining exactly what whip flip is, that what sets whip flip apart from the other companies that buy cars from consumers?
Yeah, a couple of different ways. One, there's very few, if any, that really go to the door. We're the only one that's really on demand. So everything's at your fingertips. What day and what time do you want to sell? Normally, those times are available for any day during the week, Monday through Saturday. And you'll see a car concierge arrive at your door. And like I said, we created that we kind of like to call it a teleportation device for the consumer to transact, to teleport you to the most important 10 minutes of the transaction, which is getting paid, right? I would like to say our offers are really strong too. We're not built on a ton of brick and mortar and physical infrastructure. We don't have these big car vending machines and other buildings to complete a transaction. We're pretty much a digital first company and a purely digital experience. And so we can pass a lot of the savings that we have, right, from not having an intense infrastructure and carrying costs and all that other fun stuff that comes with traditional models that our competitors have. We pass it on to the customer, and we can inch those offers up as aggressive as possible. In addition, we have a great relationship with JD Power. They're the top names in the business, right? Most trusted brand for consumers. They absolutely love what we do. They supply us with a lot of intel, a lot of data, a lot of things to, again, can we make the best offer to the customer while also providing the best experience? Normally with some companies, in automotive and not automotive, right? If you're getting like an extreme convenience or service of convenience, they typically don't provide the other half of it, right? The value side of it, right? And when you're talking about a vehicle, a lot of times you can get extreme convenience, but you don't get the best offer because it's a service and it's highly convenient for the customer. We don't look at it like that. We can push both to the limit. 5-star level service with strong market value based offers for practically every vehicle that you can transact. So
I've gone through the website, not extensively, briefly, and I had the privilege of inputting my own car to see what kind of offer I'll be getting. I think it's kind of low on my end, but then again, my mileage is really high, so I'm gonna have to do less driving in order to get a greater value. But I understand the process itself in terms of the evaluation, and it does something similar to like a Kelly Blue Book to know exactly where the evaluation stands itself. And because of the extensive research that has been done inside your business platform itself, I see that the Better Business Bureau gave you an A+ rating. So that actually means something.
Let me tell you about that real quick, because you might find this of interest. I came from building a direct competitor years before I started WhipFlip. And what was interesting about this, we knew how strict the Better Business Bureau was by giving out their stamp of approval, right? Their BBB rating, A rating, to a used car dealer. Now, let me make this clear. We're obviously a used car dealer by license, right? But we don't retail vehicles back to the consumer. We have a lot of different resale channels that are pretty much commercial level and industry level resale channels. But typically, you're still branded as a used car dealer to the BBB. And the BBB will make you jump through a million different hoops. If you're an unknown brand, they've never had an experience with you or anything like that, and it normally takes a few years. We got our BBB accreditation a lot earlier. And one of the reasons is that, we were transacting vehicles from members of the BBB, and we had no idea. And I think, normally they have to validate you, and it takes time. You're on their list. They have to validate you. And we got validated when we didn't even know it, because we bought I think it was like 3 vehicles from the folks at the that were within the BBB regional offices in the tri-state area. So they called, one of them reached out and says, "Hey, we just had an experience with your company. It was amazing. The best way I've ever sold a car." And again, I'm not trying to be too sales pitchy here, but this is verbatim what they were talking about. They were amazed by the experience. They said, "Hey, look, we understand that at some point, if you're considering applying for the BBB, we'd like to get you into the process. And, look, we'll do some more digging on you to make sure that you guys are what you are across the board." And that was relatively quick. to get that accreditation. But yeah, it came from actual transacting with their members, which was
With their
pretty cool.
members, so
Yeah, we never knew.
they were actually doing ghost buying, and you had no idea that was happening.
They're consumers too, whether
Yes.
you're dealing with the BBB, other governmental agencies, you never know who's going to come to your site to
And
sell
and in
sell
and
their
in
vehicle.
marketing, word of mouth is a very powerful tool.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Very powerful tool, and it seems like we're going into each other's questions because you're preempting the ones that I've keep asking going forward. Like, can you tell us about a particular successful transaction or experience you've had with a customer through WhipFlip, like off the top of your head? I know you probably have been dealing with thousands throughout the years, but does anyone stand out?
We did one, and there's one. It's one that definitely stands out. There's a few, but there's one I'm trying to remember. There was one where we bought the car literally. So when we talk about how fast we are in terms of our service, the guy was flying out of the country, okay, moving home, out of the country. And he went to, I guess he said, look, I have to make sure this lines up perfectly. You're the only company that really can kind of pull this off if you guys really say what you say you are. I'm like, what are we talking about? Because, well, I'm flying out of the country and I'm not coming back. I'm moving back home, right? I was here on a work visa. I'm going home. And he goes, but I need my car literally up to when I'm flying out. He goes, so I'm going to park at the airport. You guys are going to buy my car. And I'm going with your check and I'm going out of the country. Can you do it? And I was like, yeah, I think the only problem that we have is who pays for the parking. If you're parking at the airport lot, but it was literally that fast. So what we did is, this is something that we typically don't do, so I don't want to put the wrong expectation out. But man, we are a customer obsessed company. We are customer first. We're trying to figure out if there's a way to buy a car and we can stick to our process and accommodate the customer at the same time, because we are that agile. We sent the car concierge out. Right behind them was the tow truck. So literally, paperwork was ready to go. It was literally less than 10 minutes, and we're actually able to exit the car back out of the airport parking lot before you had to pay for it. I think you get like 15 minutes free or something like that before you have to pay it. So it actually, the tow truck was on the other side of the gate, and it worked out perfectly for the customer. Again, it's definitely an above and beyond type of story. We don't do that every day, but that's just something that was unique that really helped the guy out. It was down to the minute. So
you go the extra miles, and customers will really appreciate, something like that in terms of you making an effort and say you're trying and you did your best and take the hassle out of everything. Because at the end of the day, you're looking at customer retention and building customer relationships. And that is something that I emphasize on my channel at all times, that's one of the ways you keep customers coming back, by building
100%.
customer relationships. Definitely. So the follow-up question to that is, how does WhipFlip determine the value of a car?
Yeah, so I would say there's a lot of rocket science. I want to give our head.
Well, not for you to reveal too much of the secret, but
no. we do, like I said, we're an AI driven company, right? So we're using a lot of very, very advanced technology to predict what a vehicle's worth based on several different criteria that it has, and condition, and its mileage, its color, it's everything you can imagine what makes up a vehicle goes into our pricing engine. In addition, like I said, we leverage a lot of data from our partners, take that data, we crunch that through our own technology, and it comes up with a price, right? And we always are measuring that price versus, again, KBB. I think we typically will be over the KBB average trade-in value more times than not. Competitor analysis is always tough because we don't really know what the competitor is offering until we hear it, and we kind of gauge that from the customer. But we're taking, to put it to you like this, we're taking probably over 4.5 to 5 million vehicle transactions per year. Okay. And we've gone back all the way back even to 5 years ago. And we're taking, 50 million, anywhere from 40 to 50 million vehicle transactions in a given, roughly a given decade, if you can say. And we're analyzing that and finding what is the actual market value today. Because if we buy a vehicle today, we're a high volume, low margin model. So we ride really, really, really tight on the margins. So what we're buying the vehicle for today, hopefully, is what it's worth when it sells next week, right? Or whenever we sell, which is normally within 7 days. So yeah, we have to be extremely precise. And so, and vehicles, like, are a moving target here in their values. Gas goes up, it impacts a certain amount of vehicles. Gas goes down, it impacts a certain amount of vehicles. Economy, all that type of stuff plays everything into it. Yep.
Yeah. I've emphasized that as well, because a lot of people don't know that anything that takes place anywhere inside the world, whether it's a natural disaster, a catastrophe, an economic downfall, it affects the automotive industry first. And then and then everyone is scampering to find out whether or not they can maintain the production levels in order to satisfy the consumers, because projections are made well in advance in how many vehicles are going to be produced over the time period, over a number of time, and those vehicles are actually already allocated. And that's why companies like Carvana and CarMax came about, because they filled a void and they grew so big so fast, but not knowing that other companies such as yourself have been around, but the information itself needs to get out there. And that is why podcasts like this exist, for persons to hear the information, get it out there, and people can have the choices going forward in how they want to go about buying and selling and trading their car. As you know, the auctions are already there, so you're also competing with an auction. But what I wanted to ask is, again, what were some of the biggest challenges you faced while growing WhipFlip?
Oh, well, interesting enough, we kind of came right after the major pain points of the pandemic, right? So we went live on August 1st, 2020. We went live. So we're a few months removed from the lockdowns.
From the lockdown.
The automotive market was kind of coming back to a recovery from a very swift downturn because of the lockdowns. No one could buy anything, right? And so what was interesting about it was not just getting all the tech and everything to be in unison. I mean, there's so many moving parts, and again, our platform in general is just way up there in terms of the difficulty scale, and to automate, like I said, an inspection and automate an offer from a consumer using a smartphone, right, at a driveway for a car that we have never seen. It's kind of like sight unseen, but it's not. So anyway, tech was one we wanted to get kind of under control, and luckily we did, and we have not really had many issues with that. So we have very stable technology, but we were going into a market that would become probably the most epic market in the history of the automotive automotive retail world, which was late 2020 going through 2021. So the weird part about it was, okay, we're climbing up this mountain that for us and other industry veterans, we should be in a lull. So we went into now climbing up the mountain when vehicles, due to the supply shortage, and vehicles were getting much more expensive, new cars and used cars. So as you're climbing up the mountain, this is a mountain that was relatively unknown to anyone in the industry, really what a car is worth now and how do you sell them? Are you paying too much? And we went through this epic market. And then in 2022, obviously, was now the decline and the correction. Inflation's high, interest rates are high, and now the vehicles are coming off of a huge mountaintop, right now crashing back down to normal. And being able to stay ahead of that, because again, we're a high volume, low margin business. Most dealers kind of operate in that sense as well. That's what was probably the biggest difficulty, of staying ahead of this epic rise and this epic downturn as well. So
and that's basically a strategy that Tesla now has employed. Because and people are happy, because at the end of the day, they want competitive prices. A lot of people would love to own an EV right now, especially a Tesla, which is a first mover and has a tremendous growth rate. But as time goes by, with the interest rates and the shortage of supplies, especially the chips, and from my experience in the automotive industry, working with a number of manufacturers, the common thing for them is that whenever they want to fill a void or to make up for lost production, they're always increasing prices. And now Tesla has done the reverse, showing them, look, in order to move forward, let's pull the prices back a little, ramp up the sales, ramp up production, and then we can always make it back in the long run. Not a lot of people think along that way. So I really have to commend them on that.
100%. I mean, I think it was the right move, especially right now. I think all other manufacturers need to continue to follow his cadence, right? Because the one thing is that, okay, now the supply of vehicles is starting to improve drastically. Dealers now are seeing more new cars on their lot that are not already spoken for, right? These are like, it's kind of going back to pre-2020 where you can go to the lot and you can see 5 different colors of the same truck, right? That's there, and pick which one you wanted. That didn't exist for the last 2 years. Now it's coming back. And the challenge that is the challenge that I think consumers are having and the lack of demand, which hurts dealers in the end, is okay, are you going to do the same thing that you did in 2021 and even in 2022, where you're going to mark vehicles up over MSRP? That time, it's over. That is over. And if you're doing it, you're probably going to be the last dealer in that party that's not going to have a fun time, right? Are you going to start to discount them? Are the manufacturers, right, more so the manufacturers, going to follow the Tesla lead and start offering the rebates? One of the important reasons why they should do this is just my recommendation, is that, again, interest rates are very high. Inflation is very high. New vehicles, the reason why used cars have increased in value over the last decade plus, for many reasons, but one of the reasons is that new vehicles are just getting way too expensive. I think we remember back in our day where you can buy a new car for probably $15,000 at a 2.9% interest rate,
or even our starting at 0.9%.
Yeah, that doesn't exist now. So you have to make the car affordable, and that's going to come from discounting, and it's going to come from reasonable interest rates from the new car level. And if you can do that, you'll see a major consumer focus on the new car, or shift on the new car versus the used car, which has been pretty dominant, like I said, over the last decade. So I think there's a way for the manufacturers to win, and I get what Elon Musk is doing. It's not great for anyone that owns a used Tesla, whether they're a dealer or they're a consumer right now. That's the adverse effect. It's a major one. So
a lot of people are regretting buying their Tesla within the last year based on what is happening now and what he has done. But back to Whip Flip, because I really like this program. So how about any plans you have for expansion of new services? Are you currently working on anything like that for Whip Flip?
Yeah, so absolutely. I mean, we're always thinking about growing. Now, there's a couple of ways we're going to do this. One thing, in 2022, we learned a lot about ourselves, and I think we learned a lot about where the industry is going and what the outlook is for 2023. We watched some other companies. One of them, I won't mention, but I think it's obvious enough, that was a darling on the stock market in this side of the business that is now borderline insolvent, right?
Yes.
And startups like us, the technology startups like us, the automotive e-commerce startups like us, they all followed the same path. And what they did was, it was a grow at all cost mentality. They skyrocketed their business model. You lost their fundamentals on the way. They overpaid for cars. Just whoever is running a lot of controls here that make a dealership successful and profitable, we're not really in the plans, versus them just wanting to hockey stick the growth. So how that pertains to Whip Flip, right now we're in 4 markets and growing, where we touch in whole or in part 8 states. So we're moving. We do have plans to open at least 2 to 3 markets in 2023 as well, and continue to expand our reach. The good news is I can get into a market with a snap of a finger. Our model allows us to do so. Again, we're very infrastructure, I would say infrastructure light, in terms of what it takes for us to get into a market and transact on day one. And we have a phenomenal track record of doing that. So where do we go? I can see us going, again, more in the Midwest and connecting a lot of states that we're in, more Southern as well, Southeast, and connecting, again, some of the other markets that are currently existing right now. So absolutely, plans for expansion are obviously underway. But for my first point I was making, we also want to be careful at the same time. Okay, we don't want to
grow too big too fast, and then
grow. It's the sentiment was grow or die. Now it could be grow and die, right? And so you have to have. We believe we're a fundamental first company, and as much as we want to get in all 50 states and we can go there right now and serve everyone, our fundamentals are really tight, but we're always learning. And the good news is there's no rush. Right. And this is going to be a really good year where a lot of our main competitors are going to back off, and they're going to focus more on the retail side of their business, because that's what they're going to have to focus on, bigger margins. Right. The outlook for 2023 in automotive just doesn't look as promising with, again, it's red hot inflation and interest rates. It's going to take some time for this to cool off. So with us, we're going to take that time, and how much more tighter can we get? And we'll grow when is necessary, the right way. And that's what we've done from day one. That's why we're here today.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I've seen it. And to follow up on that particular question, what about the possibility to expand WhipFlip into other countries?
Absolutely. And again, this is a model that can go into other countries, because I would imagine it's the same problem consumers face
everywhere.
Whether you're in Canada.
Because you're not in Canada right now, and that's where I reside in Toronto.
Yeah. It's Canada, the UK, New Zealand. I mean, Asia. You name it, right?
The market is huge. Lots of potential everywhere.
Exactly. So, and that's where, like I said, we're just here. We keep it really simple with what we do, right? We, besides leveraging our technology, we have a mission, and we have a very, 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 very sharp focus on really what we want to be and what we want to do. We're not trying to do 10 different things in automotive, right? Yeah. We want to make the process of selling a car frictionless, painless, as easy as ordering a pizza. And we want to provide that relief to any consumer in the US or in any country here in the future, because I believe that they have the same exact pain points. And there's a massive, massive market to serve in that specific niche. And we just like to stay in our lane, and that's what we're going to do. So,
yeah. I love it. Based on what we're seeing right now, the AI space is blowing up, and it is basically taking over, making everyone's lives easier, and that's what they want. But we also have the fear factor of getting too lazy, because getting comfortable is one of the things. But in terms of all the technologies that are rolling out now, and we've seen a lot of concerns where the information is information here. But how does WhipFlip ensure the safety and security of personal information for both the buyers and the sellers?
Yep, 100%. So number one, everything that we do is transacted within the industry. So when we resell our vehicles, it's going through resale channels that have just as strict guidelines and consumer information protection and vehicle identity protection, whatever you can imagine is taken care of, right? So we're not selling cars to Joe Public, and this stuff goes back into the industry and retitled, and so the ownership from who we bought it from and who it's selling to is normally completely and legally severed. A couple other things too. We don't transact via credit cards or debit cards or anything like that. We don't need your social security number. Again, as an acquirer, it's a different ball game that you're playing versus selling a car to someone where you're going to need a credit app, then you need their credit, and then you're going to need their social, you're going to need their job and history, income, all that stuff that goes into a retail deal. We don't do that. So really, at the end of the day, obviously, we store very basic consumer information, their name, their address. Obviously, we have their photo ID just to make sure that that's who we're transacting with and for compliance. And that's stored obviously and encrypted, within our, we call it our hub, which is our kind of the brain of our operation, where we mainly operate, where we operate our business from acquisition to inventory management, et cetera. So, like I said, very, very light customer information that we get anyway, that is protected from our end. So very little exposure for the customer. The customer also has a vehicle purchase agreement. It's a lot of people worry about, well, how's the paperwork work? Do we have to go to the DMV? Do we have to get a notary? Nope. Yeah. You're dealing with a licensed dealership, just like they do. We do the same thing. Any other dealership would do in terms of proper purchase agreement, power of attorneys for title transfer, odometer disclosure statements, the basic stuff to make sure that you legally have transacted this vehicle and never comes back to haunt you. Right, no matter where it goes.
And I still wonder why people are getting scammed by unscrupulous dealers out there, and then they post it on social media and they complain and call in dealerships and everything else, and telling that everybody wants to rip them off and everything like that. And I'm saying, here you have your company WhipFlip and so many others out there who are operating above board ethically and understand everything, but yet still people are still going out there finding trouble. That's how I always look at them and say, a lot of people are just agents of chaos out there looking for trouble, because it will find you if you want to see it. But it's easy. I recommend that You go online, research the vehicle that you want, research the company you want to deal with. You want to go and look at a vehicle. You get a licensed, certified, experienced mechanic to check that vehicle out totally. So you will have less risk getting into problems later on down the line and then regretting it, because as you mentioned earlier in the podcast, purchasing a vehicle is the second most largest investment you'll ever make, apart from purchasing a house. So you want to treat that as delicate as and as intimately as possible when dealing with the automotive industry itself. But one final thing, because I know you're a very busy individual, is there any partnership or collaboration that WhipFlip has established? Apart from, you mentioned JD Power earlier.
Yes, absolutely. So there's a couple of them that we're I'd love to announce them. We're under NDA because this is more integration of our back end technology to help two companies. One is actually pretty big and publicly traded right now. So we've been partnered with them for over 2 years. We'll make a little more of a formal announcement as we get past our kind of middle pilot stage into full production. But we also are proud to partner with Atlas Electric Vehicles. They're an electric vehicle manufacturer, drivetrain manufacturer. I think they're manufacturing trucks out there in Arizona. I think they just went public, I believe, to start production. I want to give those guys a huge shout out. We're kind of doing more of a white label of our technology into their infrastructure so that we can take care of what they don't really want to deal with, which is trade-ins, right? They want to put electric vehicles in the driveway. They don't want to take anything, which is typical in the industry, right? But they don't have any interest, and we can solve that problem for them. And we see that happening with others in the future. Fleet companies, there's a few fleet companies out there that have nationwide fleets that we operate with. And we also want to say one of the things that we really feel good about, two things. The military. We are starting to get around military bases, and we're making some inroads to work with military personnel. One of the hardest things when they deploy, they got to sell a car. Normally they're selling their vehicle when they deploy because they're not coming back for several months. And we want to make that easier for the families. Estate law firms are another one that we have a couple in the greater Philadelphia area that we've just started to pilot over the last 6 months, that now we're their go-to, because look, the family of a deceased individual or one that is going into hospice or just cannot drive anymore and they have to get the estate stuff together, they don't want to deal with Craigslist people. You know, they don't want to deal with the stranger danger. They don't want to deal with the scammers. They don't want to shop the car 10 ways to other dealers. They want it simple. They want it gone because it's an asset that belongs to someone that they love. So there's many ways that we can, integrate into the lives or into the companies that have a use for what we do.
Yeah, definitely.
We see an opportunity. Would you like me to speak on that a little bit deeper, what we do with them?
Yes, a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Rather interesting.
Yeah, so we serve any type of consumer that's selling their car for relatively any type of reason, right? Even though we don't bill ourselves as a quick cash for car type of place, it's more of just a service that would obviously accommodate folks that have to sell a car quick for cash, or just those that don't want to trade the vehicle in, or those that have an extra car, or like we talked about with the military. When you think about military families with someone that's about to deploy, we've seen where they have to sell the extra vehicle, right? It's a source of cash. It's not going to be driven for the next 6 months. Typically, they'll buy a vehicle when they're back, drive it for a few, and then sell it, right? A lot of these vehicles are even newer. And so, we found it where it's hard for them to, again, if they're selling a car on their own, it takes weeks, if not months, and there might not be a guarantee of success.
Yeah.
And for anyone, again, like you mentioned, there's scammers out there. There's people that literally wake up every single day.
Yes.
Okay.
Based on the timeline.
One of the core results, or one of the core foundations of why WhipFlip exists, why I care about what we do, is we eliminate the stranger danger. We eliminate the scammer. There's no need to deal with them. But there's people every day that will wake up to screw you over, period, right? And it's just to have them even do that with the brave men and women that are serving, our country, and still have to deal with people like that. This is more of a mission. My own personal mission is how can we be the go-to for selling a vehicle? Profit per unit on every car that we buy from them aside. doesn't matter. How can we help them? It's just something I'm very passionate about. The military, my family was served in various military branches. Just something that I have a lot of friends, you know what I mean? Just something that I have a passion for that I think we can help. And so how I think we can serve them.
Well, I'm positive, and I really appreciated that the services that you provided now for everyone and everyone that I've dealt with you in the past tells a lot, because based on the testimonials that I've seen on the website, I think it actually speaks volumes. And in terms of the experiences that a lot of people have been doing with WhipFlip itself, shows that it is something that is positive for the automotive industry, and it has taken the hassle out of the need for everyone else. So basically, everyone, there you have it. Roger Clapp of WhipFlip. And I always say, always try to leave a very good quote, that the heights of great men reach and kept were not obtained by a sudden flight. And they, while their companions slept, were toiling upward through the night. And this is what Roger and his team has been doing for the last couple of years, bringing WhipFlip to the forefront to make our lives a little bit easier. So let me know exactly what you think of this interview. I'll post the website for WhipFlip. You can go ahead, take a look at it, and I'm sure one of his assessors will be ready and waiting based on where you are, because he will be expanding to your region if it's not available right now in the very near future, so that everyone like yourself can benefit. Roger, do you have anything else you'd like to share with our audience?
No, I would really say thank you everyone for your time, and appreciate you listening. Like I said, we're always an option, right? Are we the best option? We always hope so, right? But sell your car where it's best. But hopefully you always have a safety net with us, provide a fair offer with amazing 5-star service at your driveway when you want, right? We give you the control back to transact the vehicle. And so hopefully we'll meet each other, any of the listeners here. Hopefully we may meet each other sometime down the road with our car concierges, able and willing to serve you. You're the reason why we exist, and we appreciate the good words that are provided by this podcast and our host. And that's it. So off to hopefully a prosperous 2023 for you, and as well as WhipFlip, as we all continue to grow.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.